to call the Tallahassee City Commission meeting to order. It is 3 o'clock in the afternoon on August 26, 2026. It's great to see everybody. Thank you for joining us today. First and foremost, it is my distinct pleasure to welcome to our community, to welcome to First Presbyterian, and to introduce the Reverend Mark Phillips of First Presbyterian Church, who will be providing the invocation. It will be followed with the Pledge of Allegiance. Reverend, if you'll come join us. Thank you. Please rise for the invocation.
Let us pray. O God of justice and mercy, we thank you for the gift of this life and this opportunity to be of service to the people of our city. Enable us to act with character and conviction. Help us to listen with understanding and goodwill. Give us a spirit of service. Guide us to be the leaders your people need. Help us see the humanity and dignity of those who disagree with us, and to treat all persons, no matter how weak or poor, with the reverence your creation deserves. Renew us all with the strength of your presence and the joy of helping build a community worthy of the human person. We make our prayer confident in your goodness and love. Amen.
Amen. Ladies and gentlemen, if you will join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Reverend, thank you so much. Welcome to Chambers. We appreciate that solid Presbyterian invocation, all right? It's good to see you. All right, Mr. Manager, do we have any agenda modifications for today?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. Two items have been pulled from your consent agenda. Item 809, at the request of Commissioner Matlow, has been pulled, and item 806, at the request of Commissioner Porter, has been pulled. They've been renumbered 901 and 902, respectively. And then finally, additional information and materials were added to item 1201. That's the city manager recruitment update.
All right, colleagues, any questions? Seeing none, let's move into presentations. We have several great presentations going on today. Colleagues, if you want to join me down at the well, that'd be great. First and foremost, to start off today, it's my honor and privilege to introduce and ask my dear friend Amy Zubili, the Executive Director of the Florida Municipal Electric Association, please come forward for a very special presentation. Amy?
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners, and oh good, I think he's on his way down. I was going to ask if I could
Come on, Reese.
ask Mr. Goad to join us as well. Put that up there. Good afternoon, I'm Amy Zubili. I'm Executive Director of the Florida Municipal Electric Association, which is the statewide trade association that represents Florida's 33 public power utilities, like the City of Tallahassee. In addition to advocacy and mutual aid, which are two of FMEA's core functions, we also have the opportunity to recognize our utilities and individuals with awards for their exemplary work in a variety of areas. And you all are no stranger to those awards. You've been frequent recipients of our Building Strong Communities Awards, our Safety Awards, and our Restoring Communities Awards. But today I'm here for something a little bit different and especially meaningful. I'm here to recognize Reese Goad with FMEA's most distinguished honor, our Lifetime Achievement Award. As Tallahassee's city manager, Reese has transformed the city's electric and gas utility through innovation, investment, and leadership. He championed early adoption of smart grid technology, improving reliability and customer service, and helped secure millions of dollars in federal funding to advance storm hardening and launch the city's first utility-scale battery energy storage system. Those efforts have helped the utility earn top honors, including the 2025 Momentum Award and the Florida Public Power Reliability Award. They've also helped Tallahassee gain national recognition as the #1 public utility in America, twice receiving the APPA's EF Scattergood System Achievement Award and being named a Utility of the Future today. But Reese's impact extends well beyond awards and recognitions. His commitment to service is evident in his support of mutual aid efforts across the Southeast and beyond, ensuring communities receive help when they need it most. In recognition of his leadership and service, FMEA's Board of Directors approved honorary membership for Reese at our annual conference last month. It's a fitting tribute to his dedication to the City of Tallahassee and to Florida Public Power. And so for his vision, his leadership, and his lasting contributions to public power, it's my great privilege to present the E.C. Shreve Jr. Lifetime Achievement Award to Reese Goad.
Hey.
Thank you. You're too kind. Amy, you're too kind. I really appreciate the recognition. I think Amy described a whole lot of things that the City of Tallahassee has accomplished, and I've had the good fortune to be part of a lot of those, and I'm joined by a lot of my colleagues that have participated in that. We're very fortunate to have a great city. We stand on the shoulders of many before us. We've got a great culture. We've got a great direction. It's something that we can all be proud of. And it's just a privilege to be recognized by FMEA. It's an outstanding organization. Amy mentioned mutual aid, by the way, which I hate that we got so good at because we had so many hurricanes, but we got real good at it, by the way. And I'll tell you that Amy deserves a lot of that credit. I think it was Hurricane Michael. They run together at this point. And we had aid from more than 15 states in the United States. So we had all of the United States practically come into our aid, and we've rendered that aid elsewhere too. So I've been able to be part of a lot of great things that the city's been part of, and I appreciate every day of it. I love my colleagues, and I love serving the city. And so thank you, Amy. Thank you to FMEA and everybody that's been part of this during my career. Thank you.
All right, for two special presentations, it is my honor and privilege to introduce and invite Chris Holly and Aaron Alcorn of the Florida League of Cities to please come join us and come forward.
All right, well, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chris Holly with the Florida League of Cities, and I have the pleasure of being here. We represent all 411 cities, towns, and villages across our beautiful state, from Pensacola to Key West. And I can't thank the City of Tallahassee for allowing us to present this award and us not having to drive across the state to present this. This is just 6 minutes away to walk here. I've lived in Tallahassee for 25 years. My family, my wife is an elementary school teacher here, and I can't tell you how proud I am of the community that's built here, this elected body, and what it does to foster a community that is strong, that is safe for my children, and I hope that continues for decades to come. I want to begin by thanking the City of Tallahassee for being a valued member of the Florida League of Cities. Right now, more than ever, it's important that we have a united voice for local government. That has been the League's mission for over 100 years, and that's to protect the ability of this council to respond to the needs of you all that come here and participate in these meetings. And so we will continue that fight. Tonight, I am here to present the Florida Municipal Achievement Award for public engagement to the City of Tallahassee. Now, you may not be familiar, but the Municipal Achievement Award program for the Florida League of Cities is our most cherished award, and we do it in 4 categories. Those are economic advancement, environmental stewardship, local action, and the award I'm here tonight to present, public engagement. Now, this award focuses on a city program that builds a more vital and connected community, a program that develops civic awareness, increases education and knowledge of local government function, or promotes active participation among residents, businesses, and visitors. The City of Tallahassee earned the Public Engagement Award for the Longest Table, an innovative community building initiative that brought together more than 1,000 residents for meaningful dialogue and shared experiences. I want to pause because I believe it was planned to have 600 attendees, and if you've ever planned a Thanksgiving dinner and had twice the number of people show up, the city handled it perfectly. Held on October 12th of 2025, the event transformed Duval Street into a single, continuous dining space where neighbors from across the community gathered to break bread and break down barriers. Unlike a traditional festival focused on entertainment, the Longest Table centered entirely on conversation. Volunteer table captains facilitated guided discussions about neighborhoods, community opportunities, and shared hopes for Tallahassee's future. The event generated a remarkable reach of over 800,000 social media impressions, 58,000 engagements, and 14 separate news stories that reached an estimated 250,000 people. The Florida Municipal Achievement Award is, as I said before, is our highest award to Florida cities, and it's a testament to the City of Tallahassee's leadership and the excellence of your staff. Your work is not only effective, it's inspiring. In addition to the trophy that we're here to present tonight, the city will be featured as a winner on the League's website, on our statewide magazine, Quality Cities, and in our monthly webinar series, Quality Cities Live. On behalf of the Florida League of Cities, I am honored to present you with the 2026 Florida Municipal Achievement Award for Public Engagement. Congratulations.
This is a huge honor. It's a great event, but I do think we need to give credit where credit is due. Our public information office is second to none. All of you that work with them know that. And to Allison Ferris and your entire team, congratulations. Thank you very much for everything you do for the citizens of Tallahassee. Job well done.
Manager, if you mind me moving to the next award that I have to present, if you mind. Sure. I'm not going anywhere. So, not only do you have such a quality commission here that guides our community, but the leadership that's here in Tallahassee is second to none. Tonight, it is my honor to recognize our mayor, John Daly, as the recipient of the 2026 E. Harris Drew Municipal Official Lifetime Achievement Award. So I guess we have both Reese and Mayor Daly getting recognized, so thank you. So, named for Florida Supreme Court Justice E. Harris Drew, this award recognizes local officials who have made a lasting contribution to Florida's communities throughout their years of service. This recipient is selected by a committee consisting of 5 to 7 members, including 3 past award recipients appointed by the president of the Florida League of Cities. This committee remains confidential, and I believe you were a bit surprised at our annual conference when you received this. So cities nominate individuals they believe exemplify a lifetime of distinguished municipal service. The committee reviews all nominations, deliberates on the qualifications of each candidate, and selects our award recipient. Mayor John Daley has dedicated his life to building strong and vibrant communities, and public service is truly in his blood. As the son of the late Dr. John Scott Daley, the former executive director of the Florida Institute of Government, he grew up seeing firsthand what good quality leadership can do for a community. Mayor Daley began his career with us at the Florida League of Cities in 1996, just a young lad, advocating for municipalities before our Florida legislature. He later represented cities nationwide, working for the National League of Cities in Washington, D.C., before he returned home to Tallahassee and was elected to the Leon County Commission, serving twice as its chairman. In 2018, he was elected our mayor here for the City of Tallahassee and re-elected in 2022. As mayor, he has guided Tallahassee through a period of growth marked by innovation and national recognition. Under his leadership, the city earned the prestigious All-American City designation in 2025 for the third time, honoring its civic engagement, community problem-solving, and inclusive growth. This is a testament to the steady, forward-thinking leadership Mayor Daley brings every day. And on behalf of the Florida League of Cities, our 411 cities, towns, and villages across this state, and more than 2,500 elected officials, Mayor Daley, congratulations.
Before we take a quick picture, Aaron, if you'll stick around. At the Florida League of Cities Conference, they completely surprised me with the Lifetime Achievement Award. And it's humbling honor to be recognized amongst all my peers across the state of Florida. I want to thank Curtis and Diane for nominating me. I had no idea. And my team that helped put the nomination together. And of course, I thank my family, Jenny and the boys, for their sacrifices, allowing me to serve. But as I said at the conference in front of everybody, it's the team here at the City of Tallahassee, men and women that work on the front lines, management, starting with the 4 appointeds all the way down. We have such an amazing team that it's just been an honor and a privilege to work with you each and every day. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. We have another great presentation. I'd like to ask Tom Napier to please come join me on behalf of Honor Flight. Tom, it is great to see you in chambers. We're celebrating today. We're celebrating today.
Yeah, congratulate you, sir.
Thank you. Appreciate it. The floor is yours.
Mr. Gould. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, man, you're going to talk to me. I love to talk about Honor Flight.
Yep.
Honor Flight's number one. We started in 2010, 12 of us, and we're all still alive. It's 16 years. And we're still talking, and we're still going. So we're doing it. Our first flight was 2012, and that was really tight because we didn't have any money to go to Washington, D.C. But we went out and got money. We volunteered, but the city of Tallahassee donated enough to take 168 people to Washington, D.C. in a charter jet in 2012. The citizens of Tallahassee came together, and we can't thank them enough. But this is going to be an honor for the city of Tallahassee. It first started, like I said, in 2010. We've had some wonderful support from the city of Tallahassee. The past 8 years have been particularly special for Honor Flight, with other support of my friend John Daley and the City Commission of the City of Tallahassee. bring me the great treasure to bring the plaque to him as a token of my respect. To the City of Tallahassee Commission, the Tallahassee Police Department, and the Tallahassee Fire Department all helped in making this award present. Mr. Mayor, I present this to you, and I'm going to read it in detail. Honor Flight Tallahassee, the City of Tallahassee Commission for outstanding support. Honor Flight Tallahassee as a Veterans of the United States of America, 2026. I salute this, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, Tom, thank you. Grab one sheet. Leave that.
That's yours, another award.
Colleagues, if y'all stick around for just a second. There we go. So if you are not familiar with the Honor Flight program, I highly encourage you to learn more about it. If you are a veteran in our community, it's an incredible nonprofit organization that gives veterans the chance of a lifetime to fly up to D.C., to experience the brotherhood of serving together, to visit all the memorials, and come back in the same day. And it's a very, very powerful experience. And because of the donations and support from the City of Tallahassee and us and other organizations, the veterans are able to do it at no cost to themselves. It is a great organization, and they do absolutely amazing work. But I'm also here to tell you that it would not happen without some very special people as well. Now, I'm here to warn you that over the course of the next 2 months, as I'm leaving office, we're going to be doing a lot of celebrating. And today and tonight is no different. Tom, I'd like to ask you to please come back and join me, if you don't mind. Ladies and gentlemen, Tom Napier retired from the Leon County Clerk of the Court office, where he served as a special projects manager. He was a speechwriter and public relations professional. He dedicated his career to serving others with professionalism, integrity, and compassion. His commitment to service began in 1952 when he enlisted in the United States Navy, serving aboard both surface ships and submarine before receiving his honorable discharge in 1965. To many of us, he is commonly referred to by his nickname, the Admiral. In 2011, he joined the Honor Flight Board of Trustees, and his bio does not give it credit. Tom is one of the founding members. Tom is the reason why this program exists. Tom is the one that keeps the wheels on the bus. Tom is the one that goes out and recruits the veterans. Tom is the one that helps us become a veteran-friendly city. Tom is the one that reaches all aspects of the community to make sure they're well-informed and taken care of. Tom is the one that comes every month when we bring everybody together at the American Legion to talk about the veterans in our community and the needs that they face. Tom plays such a very important role connecting the veterans of this community and active military service to the City of Tallahassee, Leon County, and the greater area. He has served as the vice chairman, and he has worked tirelessly to raise funds for the Honor Flight program. He retired from the board in 2024, leaving behind a legacy of service, leadership, kindness, and dedication to others. And above all, he is a man who has always believed in giving back and honoring those who serve and making a difference in the lives of others. Now, on a personal note, I first met Tom about 20 years ago when I was on the county commission, and he lived in Woodgate. And I used to always laugh and call him the mayor of Woodgate because he knew everybody, he knew everything that was going on, he knew everything about the neighborhood. Come to find out, once a mayor, always a mayor. And Tom is also a retired mayor from the great city of Castleberry down in Central Florida. He has served his communities in so many different ways, whether it's as a veteran, whether it's as a mayor, whether it's as a volunteer. And we need to honor and recognize incredible men like Tom Napier in our community. Ladies and gentlemen, you know the story. I've said it many a times. Back in the medieval times, the key to the city was given to the most trusted member of that community, with the responsibility of locking up the city at night for the safekeeping of the citizens internally, but also giving them free passage through the gates to come and go, because they represented the ideals and the values of that particular community. In today's time, it's ceremonial, but the key to the city is still the highest award that the mayor of Tallahassee can give. It is solely at my discretion, and it is given to those citizens that truly represent the ideals and values of our community and have proven themselves as true citizens. If you'll please rise in either body or spirit. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor and privilege to present to Tom Napier for outstanding service to the city of Tallahassee today on August 26, 2026, the key to the city of Tallahassee.
Oh, boy. Oh, I don't know what to say, except I'm plain old me, and I love my people here in Tallahassee. God bless you all. Just part of this is an honor. I can't thank the city commission, the city of Tallahassee, and the residents. Woodgate, yes, that was my home. My God, well, that's where I met the mayor, and he came out and helped us out in all full kind of functions. And Curtis, my goodness, he's been with us on every flight. We started in 2010, like I mentioned before. He came in on 2012, going every flight we gone through. No, that's not right.
My daughter was there.
That's right. But anyway, I want to thank you, the city of Tallahassee, Mr. Mayor, city council. Thank you so much,
Let's get a
sir.
picture. Let's get a picture.
Thank you,
So
sir.
y'all join Tom for a picture? Hey, thank you.
Yes, sir.
I can see. Nobody can see. You know, Brewster's.
So while we're getting settled, great story. I have been on many of the honor flights. I know Curtis has been on many of the honor flights. Some of you have been there as well. When you fly to BWI, Baltimore, you are always greeted by several top brass members of the military, different branches, but you're also always greeted by midshipmen from the United States Naval Academy. And talking about coming full circle, this past trip, Curtis was there on behalf of the city commission, representing the city of Tallahassee. And his daughter, as a midshipman at the United States Naval Academy, was on the other side greeting us when we came off the plane. And that's pretty special right there. That really is. All right, those are all the presentations. That was a lot. That was all the presentations that we have today. Are there any announcements to come before the city commission?
No, sir.
Do we have any appearances by other governing bodies to come before us today?
No, sir.
We are on the consent agenda. Do we have any public comment on any consent agenda items besides those that were pulled?
No, sir.
All right.
Second.
It's been properly moved by Commissioner Williams-Cox, seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, passes unanimously. We are now on item 9.01. Mr. Manager.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item 901 seeks your authorization for a joint project agreement with the Blueprint Intergovernmental Agency for the Northeast Corridor Connector Abandonment Road Project. This involves the undergrounding or the relocation and undergrounding of water and wastewater pipes. Jared Whitaker is a senior engineer in the Underground Utilities and Public Infrastructure Group. He's worked on this project. It's a very comprehensive project. He's here to answer any questions regarding this item.
Jared, thank you for being here. I would be remiss if I did not recognize your better half, Mrs. Whitaker, that I think half of Tallahassee had in elementary school at some point or another, and I hope she's having a wonderful school year. Do you have anything to add quickly, and then we're just going to move straight into commission discussion? Just here for questions? Okay, sounds great. The item was pulled by
I believe Commissioner Matlow pulled that.
Commissioner Matlow. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I pulled this item. It's a significant expenditure approaching $10 million. We received 4 paragraphs of information with very little details on what this intended to accomplish. I understand it's meant to be done in conjunction with the Blueprint project, but Blueprint does bear the fiscal responsibility of relocating the lines that are associated with their project. So looking at this as just a capacity project, it just left a lot more questions than answers about what type of new development would be served by this capacity improvement. You know, it's been a longstanding position of mine that new development should pay for itself, and it seems we're encroaching down a path of a $10 million advancement to make room for more capacity, and we don't really have an understanding of our sewer system across the city as a whole, where we have aging pipes, what we need to prioritize. Just because we haven't been provided that information at all, particularly in this agenda item, I requested some maps that were sent to the City Commission. They're still not included. So what I'm asking is we bring this back with a more in-depth dive over what development this intends to serve, what capacity we're at now, where in the city are we reaching capacity already, what other projects are in the pipeline, just so we have an understanding of the next 5-10 years of sewer expansion in our community. So I'd make a motion.
Okay, I'm not recognizing any motions. This was just for open comment. We have public comment that we need to take, and then we'll come back. We're going to follow the process. So let's go ahead and hear from the public that's here to speak on the item.
Thank you, Mayor. For our speakers, each speaker will have 3 minutes for remarks. At the 2.5-minute mark, I'll give you a heads up, and the light in front of the mayor that is green will turn yellow at that 2.5-minute mark. Our first speaker is Ramona Abernathy Payne, followed by Vivian Young.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Thank you for the opportunity. Ramona Abernathy Payne, 2006 East Indian Head Drive, Tallahassee. Neighborhoods along Magnolia Drive have been lobbying for sidewalks for over 30 years. Finally, in 2016, Blueprint took on the Magnolia Multi-Use Trail Project. Parts of that project have been completed, but Phase 3 from Pontiac Drive to Appalachia Parkway still sits in design and right-of-way acquisition. Quote from their website. That was according to the Blueprint's second quarter report that I checked just today. 10 years, and it's still in the design phase. Northeast Corridor Connector Project was initiated in 2024, 2 years ago. That project is now also in design and right-of-way acquisition. Blueprint asks for $9.5 million for a project less than 2 years old, while holding a project in limbo for 10 years. Please remind Blueprint to complete existing projects and not abandon them for new ones. Thank you.
The next speaker, please.
Next is Vivian Young, and then PJ Perez will follow.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Vivian Young. I live at 411 Oakland Avenue in Tallahassee. I am here on behalf of 1,000 Friends of Florida. I would like to urge you to postpone agenda item 9.01, authorizing these improvements. On the surface, it makes sense to merge road improvement and infrastructure improvement together. That's not the issue here. But the first segment, according to Tallahassee reports, is adjoining Meridian Road. And I guess one of my questions is that that might have been designed with the intent to accommodate development on the Phipps property, which has since been withdrawn. And I think it's time to reevaluate what's in that proposal, what capacity it would include, and whether this is the time to move forward on that. I agree with Ms. Abernathy Payne's comments about how there are a lot of infrastructure projects in the other parts of the city that might be higher priorities than this. Second of all, I'd just like to say that we agree that an almost $10 million allocation is a lot to have with staff, and we urge you on issues of this sort to be brought back to the full commission for a vote. Thank you very much.
Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is PJ Perez.
Your name and address for the record, please.
PJ Perez, 32301. What's good, everybody? So I'm going to echo a lot of the previous speakers' concerns. So why was an item involving $9.5 million in city utility spending placed on the consent agenda rather than as a regular discussion item? Blueprint already received substantial funding through the sales surtax. Yet today we're being asked to authorize an agreement tied to an additional $9.5 million in city utility investments. Why would such a big ticket item be under consent? Decisions of this size deserve to be discussed out in the open. We got to make the case. We got to respect the community. Are we just greasing the wheels for further annexation? Didn't we just reject the Lake Jackson annexation in full force across the city and the county? What growth does this investment support, and who benefits? We continue to see residents that are impacted by wastewater backups and flooding issues and drainage failures and other concerns. The city routinely spends public dollars to respond to claims and repairs and litigation arising from these incidents. Before expanding capacity on the urban fringe, we should ensure we're adequately addressing the infrastructure challenges that our residents face today. Doesn't it make sense to shore up our infrastructure issues inside city limits before we go and set the table for a developer to sprawl out even further? Major expenditures like these deserve honest conversations. The public should not learn about a $9.5 million commitment because a commissioner happened to pull it from consent. They should expect a process that welcomes scrutiny, invites participation, and respects the community's right to know how its money is being spent. I see the rest of my time.
Next speaker, please.
We have no additional speakers on this item.
Okay, let's open up for commission discussion. Commissioner Matlow, I will come back to you for a motion in a second. Anybody else want to make any comment? Commissioner Williams-Cox.
I'd like to, I've heard some questions. I'd like the staff to have an opportunity to respond to the questions.
Mr. Mayor.
Sure, Mr. Manager.
If I might, Jared is the most knowledgeable about this. And I'm not sure if we have a graphic. I know we shared it with the city commission. Maybe you can just describe it. This is part of a much bigger project that's in our master planning process. And so, Jared, if you kind of can explain the entire scope, I think that gets to some of the questions of the public as well. Thank you.
Absolutely. Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, my name is Jared Whitaker. I'm a program engineer with the Water and Wastewater Engineering Division of Underground Utilities and Public Infrastructure. I appreciate the opportunity to provide some additional context regarding the water and wastewater infrastructure improvements proposed in conjunction with Blueprint's Northeast Corridor Improvement Project. The Water and Wastewater Engineering team routinely looks for opportunities to coordinate infrastructure work with Blueprint, FDOT, Leon County, and other city divisions. Our roadway project creates an opportunity to address needed utility improvements at the same time as the roadway improvements. This approach reduces design and construction costs, minimizes future disruptions, and maximizes the value of the public's investment. The important distinction is that the proposed utility improvements we are requesting to include in the Blueprint project are roadway-driven and operational in nature, not development-driven. This is consistent with how the city has approached utility improvements associated with other major roadway projects, including Magnolia Drive, FAMU Way, and the ongoing FDOT widening project that's currently taking place. In each case, the roadway project provided an opportunity to address existing or anticipated infrastructure needs we'd otherwise have to do separately at greater cost and disruption. Blueprint's project will require relocation of existing water infrastructure to accommodate the new roadway and drainage facilities. Rather than relocating portions of the existing water main under or around roadway features and potentially creating future maintenance challenges, we are proposing to replace and upsize the main within a dedicated utility corridor. That provides increased system capacity, reduces head loss, and improves fire protection for the area. The proposed wastewater force main, as you were saying, is one piece of a much larger improvement that's been on our planning horizon for some time. The benefits would impact the entire Northeast service area. The current system works, but it has three underlying issues that this project would address. Pump Station 94, located in Summerbrook, was built in 1991. It is responsible for wastewater collection, pumping wastewater over into the Killarn Estates neighborhood via a force main into an existing gravity system in Killarn Lakes. The Pump Station 94 is reaching the end of its service life and nearing its design capacity. So it has been a target of ours for replacement. The existing Pump Station 94 force main, which stretches from Summerbrook into Killarn Estates, much of it in easements on private property, would need significant upgrades to handle the higher flow and pressure that the replacement pump station would produce. The downstream gravity sewer in Killarn Estates, which receives that force main's discharge, would also need capacity upgrades. And much of that pipe network sits in easements on private property also. Construction there would be extremely disruptive and costly. Compounding all of this, the Pump Station 94 to Killarn force main and gravity network is currently the only way to convey wastewater out of the Summerbrook and Ox Bottom area. There's no operational redundancy. The proposed force main lets the future Pump Station 94 replacement connect directly to the new Bannerman force main, and that single connection eliminates the need to replace the existing Summerbrook to Killarn force main. It eliminates the need to upgrade the Killarn gravity sewer, and importantly, the existing facilities would remain available as backup operational alternatives, providing redundancy and additional resiliency during unplanned events. In short, the roadway project is providing the opportunity. The city's operational needs are driving the utility improvements. The proposed force main constructed with Blueprint's Northeast Corridor Connector project provides a more efficient, cost-effective, and less disruptive operational solution. These are investments in the city's existing utility system to address capacity, reliability, maintenance, and resiliency needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Williams-Cox, you have the floor.
Thank you. So in a nutshell, what you're basically saying is that we're leveraging an opportunity that Blueprint is providing with the project that they have already underway so that we don't have to go in there later alone at a greater cost. Thank you.
Well, and this is not a new item that has come up. We have had years of discussion ad nauseum regarding our improvement program for our infrastructure. Years of discussion in regards to the Blueprint projects through Blueprint as well. This is our standard process. When we can save money and double up on the projects, we do this. This is not a new idea, and I'm ready to move forward on it. Any other comments before I come back to Commissioner Matlow? Commissioner Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I understand the given rationale. I think where I'm at is I don't see the harm in postponing 2 weeks till our next meeting, given that there are concerns, and you just gave a lot of really good information. It would be helpful if that information were laid out in written form in the agenda for the public who do have concerns to engage with, and for me, certainly. It's hard to follow all of that sometimes presented like this, but I thank you for that. So that's where I'm at. I don't see the harm in postponing to give the public a little bit more time to engage.
Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you,
Mayor
Mr.
Pro Tem,
Mayor.
sorry.
I think that staff has made a tremendous case for what's being recommended here today. I'm sure they have put a lot of time, effort, and thought, professionals who are trained to do this kind of work and to benefit the community. And so I don't see any need to continue to, I mean, of course, we want to hear from the public. We've heard from the public, all two that are here to speak this afternoon. But I think the case has been made that this is going to save the city millions of dollars, improve the water infrastructure in neighborhoods throughout the city. And I think it's important that we move forward with a project of this importance. And so I don't see any reason that we would need to postpone this any further and we can let the community know that this is saving us millions of dollars by combining these projects between the city and Blueprint.
All right, I'm going to come to Commissioner Matlow for a motion, then Commissioner Porter for comment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just a prelude to that, a tremendous case has not been made. We've received 4 paragraphs that speak to the size of pipes and a dollar amount. It doesn't speak to capacity. It doesn't even tell you the locations in the agenda item. So to pretend we have enough information to make a decision today really isn't honest. I appreciate the information shared today. I think that's a good first start, but frankly, that's what needs to be included in agenda items before they're brought to the City Commission, so the public has an understanding of what's being proposed. I wonder, even as we speak today, if our body is aware of the locations of each individual pipe that's being proposed and what areas they will serve. Because this is not roadway driven, because a roadway does not create a need for new sewer capacity. That's completely separate. What's being roadway driven is funded by Blueprint, aside from what we're discussing here today, which is the expansion on Meridian Road with all pipes leading to the Phipps property. And whether that is the intent or not, it definitely desires more review by this body, by the general public. So what we've been asked to do is spend $10 million on sewer improvements with no explanation of the location, the area, the need, which areas would be served, or why we need new capacity. So, again, I make a motion that we bring back this item with a full review of capacity issues in our sewer system across the entire city with our long-term plan and what development increases, capacity increases these sewer lines intend to serve.
Second.
All right, motion to postpone has been made by Commissioner Matlow, seconded by Commissioner Porter. Commissioner Porter, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I don't have much more to say. I was going to make similar comments that Commissioner Matlow just made. If we could be anticipating what questions there will be in these items, that would be helpful so that we don't have to go through all this here. It's just in the item. A question I had in my briefing yesterday was, the cost savings. I believe that completely. Everything you're saying makes sense. It's helpful to me to have that information and understand where that analysis came from. What are we actually saving? It's not, do I support this project or not? Just a little bit more information would make me feel a lot better in supporting an item like this, especially when there has been concerns raised by the public. And I'll just say, not just by the public, by reputable organizations who do this professionally, in addition to the professionalism of our staff. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
There's a motion on the table to postpone made by Commissioner Matlow, seconded by Commissioner Porter. I am not going to support the motion on the table. I got a philosophical different approach in the council management form of government with a non-interference clause. It is not the role of this body to down to the square inch of where the pipe is and the size of the pipe for us to get involved on that level. Of course, through transparency, which we have been recognized on the national level for our budgeting and other aspects of this government, we work hand in hand with the citizens, the City of Tallahassee, and anybody that ever has any questions can come. And in fact, over several years, both with our capital improvement master plan here at the City of Tallahassee and through these projects being vetted through the Blueprint process, we have had citizen input. Further delay could delay the entire project overall. I'm going to make a substitute motion for staff recommendation. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem, Commissioner Williams-Cox for comment.
A question.
Question.
Because this is a joint project, I wanted to know what would be the impact, potential impact of delaying with what Blueprint is already underway in doing.
Yes, sir. I think I can generally speak, and Mr. Whitaker described it, just the opportunity. We will be relocating underground facilities. That will be necessary because of the road project. So this enables us to do it in the most efficient way. And so if we don't do it that way, it's just more expensive, more disruptive, and more complicated. The team has done a great job with not just this project, but others. When they see these opportunities, I think if you, and I've heard a lot more of this than y'all have over the years, but what I heard Mr. Whitaker say is they've been waiting for this opportunity. Maybe they didn't know this one was going to present itself, but they're laying awake at night worried about the wastewater system with the heavily populated area in Summerbrook, Ox Bottom, the northeast area, and this is going to provide some relief. It does connect to the pump station. It's not traveling to the Phipps property, as said. The terminus is the pump station. That's the reason it's going where it's going. And so any delay just makes it more difficult, more complicated, and more disruptive. So this is your most efficient method, is to take advantage of this road construction as we speak, and it will provide good utility, not limited to that area. I think it probably was understood what Mr. Whitaker was saying, but as we move, generally the flow of wastewater in our community moves north to south. We know our treatment facilities at TPS in the south. This whole project travels all the way through the city to that area, and it provides relief, replacement. It deals with a lot of aging issues of infrastructure. This is years in the making, and so this is going to be an opportunity because of that road, and so any delay in that would just make it more difficult.
Recap, I have made a substitute motion for staff recommendation, seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. More comment, further comment? Seeing none. All those in favor of the motion on table signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Passes 3-2 with Commissioner Matlow and Commissioner Porter in dissent. We're on item number 9.02, pulled from the consent agenda. Mr. Manager.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. This seeks authorization to accept and expend FDOT pedestrian and bicycle safety funds for fiscal years 26 and 27 from the FDLE Task Force funds and equipment. Chief Revel is here to answer any questions on this item. This item was pulled for discussion by Commissioner Porter.
Okay, Commissioner Porter, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Chief. So I have a couple general questions. What are we already doing, and what does this funding provide to TPD to do that we may not already be doing? Are these just grants to support what we're already doing and have been doing, or is this giving us a new level of responsibility or scope?
No, this is a grant that helps us enhance what we currently do. Anytime we can seek out outside funding to support things that we're already doing, like pedestrian safety, bicycle safety, that's specifically what these grants refer to. We've been doing this grant for 10 years. This is nothing new for us. So we're always seeking those outside funds, but it is a continuation of what we already do. It expands our capability and capacity to do those things.
Thank you. Do you happen to know the 21 locations with FDOT? You don't have to list all of them, but are they changed? Like, what informs those 21 locations?
Sure, no, that's a great question. And the locations are picked by DOT. They actually look at our traffic crashes, things that have happened, pedestrian crashes, and they formulate all that information and give us back those locations. So those locations are from them, and that's what dictates where we go with this grant.
Okay, thank you. And one of the other reasons that I pulled the item, because I know that I was familiar, this isn't the first time it's come to us, these grants.
Sure.
But in light of the concerns about flock and surveillance generally, what types, and I know there's two separate grants here, but can you speak to the types of electronic surveillance that TPD is conducting through the task force?
Sure. The ESST, Electronic Surveillance Support Team, is something we've been part of for 16 years, and it primarily deals with human trafficking, ICAC cases, which is internet crimes against children, the Instagram and the social media crimes that occur. So this is it gives us the ability to utilize joint task force with FDLE and their equipment, their personnel, to enhance our capabilities in identifying and then investigating these crimes.
Thank you. Can you speak a little bit to the partnership with the Department of Homeland Security on violent crime investigations, and does accepting this equipment create any obligations for TPD to share information with the department?
Sure. No, the equipment you're referring to in the HSI portion of this specifically refers to a desktop computer, a monitor, and a backup cyber power source. So that's the three things that it specifically addresses. It does not require us to do anything different than we're doing now. It just gives us the capability to download and analyze this information from what would take our computers currently 3 hours to do, it'll do in less than a minute.
Thank you. And one other question that may be for the manager. So the 21 locations, what are we doing other than using law enforcement to make those hot zones safer?
Mr. Mayor,
Sure, Mr. Manager.
I understand the question. I think, Commissioner, I believe the police chief's probably still best situated to answer that. I think it's generally known as the way we work as departments is collaboratively.
Correct.
So, Chief, I don't know if you have any addition you can add to that, but
Sure, yeah.
beyond just your resources and how
Sure,
it works.
we work collectively. You know, the city constantly works together as a team. So we have our analysts that look at all of these situations and occur. We analyze traffic crashes, traffic patterns. We work with, again, the different departments within the city to do traffic calming techniques. So all of it is a collaborative effort to make our city safer, not just in the investigation of crimes, but in the flow of traffic as well. So we implement all of those things together to incorporate things like this, other departments, traffic calming devices, which I mentioned, analysis of that data. All of that comes together to help us formulate plans to make the city as safe as it can possibly be.
Okay, thank you. And I guess my point in asking that is, you know, I really don't think, I'm thankful that y'all are out there. I really don't think that it's a long-term, law enforcement is a long-term solution to pedestrian or cyclist or driver safety. I think there's a role there, but ultimately, I want to make sure, and this has come up before, you know, obviously before my time, that we are working collaboratively, because sometimes it's just an infrastructure need. You know, there's only so much that anyone can do to make a roadway safe or to stop an unsafe driver. But thank you for answering those questions. You know, overall, I don't have too many concerns, but I'm not sure I feel ready to move forward today. But thank you for answering the questions.
Sure.
And Chief Revel, over the course of the summer, is it true that you were elected by your peers from across the state of Florida as the first vice president, soon to be the president of the Florida Police Chiefs Association?
Yes, sir. It was a great honor. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
That speaks very well. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Is there a motion? We have no public comment on this. Is there a motion for staff recommendation?
So move.
Second.
Probably moved by Commissioner Williams-Cox, seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. Any further comment? Seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Passes 4-1 with Commissioner Porter in dissent. Chief, again, congratulations. Before we move on to the city commission items, Deputy Chief Richard Jones, will you please stand? I know that you were recognized yesterday as well for your excellence and dedication, not only to this community, but for the hard work that you did on behalf of the City of Tallahassee at the United Way. And thank you for everything that you have done representing the department, the city, and working for our community. Appreciate you too. Thank you. All right. We're on item 10.01. Mr. Cook.
Thank you, Mayor. Item 10.01 concerns the Board of Adjustment and Appeals. There were 2 members whose terms expired June 30th of 2026. Both are eligible and interested in reappointment. So the recommendation is to reappoint Jean Calixte to seat 1 and Lauren Bucher to seat 2. Both of those terms will commence immediately and would expire on June 30th of 2029.
Excellent. Do we have any public comment on this item?
No, sir.
All right, colleagues.
Move staff recommendation.
Second.
Number 1.
It's been properly moved by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Williams-Cox. Any further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously, 5-0. We're on item number 10.02. Mr. Cook.
10.02 concerns an audit committee appointment. Similar to the last item, there is a term for seat 2, which began June 1st of 2026 and is set to expire on May 31st of 2029. Tiffany Hurst is recommended to be appointed to this seat, and if appointed, would also be eligible for a second term following this one.
Great. Do we have any public comment on this item?
No, sir.
All right, colleagues.
So move.
Second.
Properly moved by Commissioner Williams-Cox, seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. Any further comment? Seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously, 5-0. We are on the introduction of ordinances, 11.01. Madam Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item number 11.01 is the introduction of ordinance number 26-0-11, an ordinance of the City of Tallahassee, Florida, amending Section 6 of the Charter of the City of Tallahassee to annex within the corporate area of the City of Tallahassee, Florida, upon adoption of said ordinance, property being situated in Leon County, Florida, in accordance with the voluntary annexation provisions of Section 171.044 Florida statutes, providing for severability, conflicts, and an effective date. The recommended action is option 1, accept the staff recommendation to introduce ordinance number 26-0-11 and set the first and only public hearing for September 9, 2026 at 6 p.m. in the City of Tallahassee City Commission chambers at City Hall.
We don't have any public comment on this, do we, Mr. Cook?
No, sir.
And technically, we don't need to have a motion, but we do it ceremoniously, right?
Correct.
Yes, all right. So any comment? Commissioner Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a question. I'm just wondering, I know this is that the county disputed this or objected to this and it went to mediation. I'm just wondering, I mean, is there a way that we can, was there a path that we could satisfy their concerns? Could someone speak to what took place at mediation and whether any effort has been made to address those concerns?
Madam Attorney.
We did try to address the concerns, both in a meeting with them, but we were unable to reach an agreement on it. So their objection is that that very small piece of land, it's 0.17 acres adjacent to a strip that will remain in unincorporated Leon County. The county did not identify any loss or interruption of government or urban services, but we were not able to satisfy the objection through the process.
So was there anything, did they have a specific change they were suggesting that would have satisfied their concerns, or it's just all or nothing?
The county did not offer any, through the course of our discussions.
Okay.
Of course, the mediation is confidential, but they didn't offer any suggested changes.
Have we asked?
Madam Attorney?
Well, we had discussion about it, yes. Mhm.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Move staff recommendation, option number 1, Mr.
Second.
All right. Been probably moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded even ceremoniously. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously, 5-0. We are on policy formation and direction, Mr. Manager, 12.01.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Narlock is here to present this item.
Ms. Norlock, thank you. It's good to see you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commission. Nice to see everyone. I am here to update you on these.
For the record, by the way, this is 12.01, the city manager recruitment update.
Thank you.
And if you'll please introduce yourself for the public.
Sure. Renee Norlock, Norlock and Associates here in Tallahassee, Florida. I bragged when I was here many years ago doing a city manager search that how much I love City of Tallahassee, and here I am many years later, and I can say the same thing today. And I know there's a lot of hard work behind that, and I appreciate that from all the folks that do that. We're here to give you an update on the city manager search. I think you've gotten some information from us about all the steps that we've taken to get to the point we are today. And I have brought forward 3 candidates that I would like to talk with you a little bit about, considering them to move forward to our next steps, which are actually next week, interviews here at City Hall. And we have a nice process laid out for next week that I'll be glad to talk with you just about for just a few minutes also. Total, we had about 35 plus candidates, 37 I think was the final total. They were from all kind of backgrounds. I think you've had a chance to look at the list of candidates who applied. And we went through those and we talked to a few candidates and we got a sense of what they bring to the table, and that's how we came forward with our 3 candidates that we're presenting to you today. I'm just going to go candidate by candidate here as far as the recommended candidates, and I'll be glad to answer any questions that you have about those candidates or anything else about the process. I'm going alphabetical order. There's no ranking here. The first one is Dr. Scott Andrews, and then we have Dr. Karen Jumonville, and then we have Ms. Valerie Washington. And I'm going to go through those real quick and just present some information that maybe you're not aware of as far as those candidates and fill in the blanks for you. Mr. Andrews most recently served with Doña Ana County, New Mexico, which is Las Cruces, is the county seat there. I don't know if anyone's here familiar with that county, but it's very large. It's about 4,000 square miles, and it is in the desert, and it, understand, butts up against El Paso and Juarez, Mexico. He served as the county manager there until recently. It is a majority minority community, 1,000 employees, and he separated there of his own accord just recently in the last couple of weeks or so. And I'll talk with you a little bit about that as we move forward. They have taken on, in that county, the largest AI data center project I think I've ever heard of, and I've heard it's the 12th largest project in the world. I haven't confirmed that, but it is huge. It's 1,400 acres. It's expected to bring about $165 billion worth of economic impact to that county. And it has been a hotbed for sure. They have worked really hard out there to move it forward and to mediate the challenges, and it has stirred up a lot of political challenges for not only the county, but also moving up now to the state level and to other levels. So he talked a little bit about his involvement in that and how that has been moved forward. You'll see in his resume, too, that he did work for a city in Georgia, Covington, Georgia. They do have electric utilities there, so he talked to me a little bit about his electric utility experience. And then he just talked a little bit about his sense of community, that's important to him. This would actually be coming back home for he and his family. He's originally from Tampa, and this would be coming back home for him. Very personable guy, likes to have breakfast instead of send an email or make a phone call, likes to have coffee in the morning with folks, and also is very strong in the area of strategic planning, of just really all things relative to city management. He's been very active, too, in the association. He's been a keynote speaker for FCCMA. He's part of ICMA. He also is a credentialed ICMA manager, which for those that are not familiar with what that is, that's when someone goes through an intensive peer review process and other managers assess their qualifications for being in the profession. And it also has a pretty stringent need to demonstrate the continuing professional development. Also has a very strong code of ethics, ICMA does. So that's the expectation that is set with someone who, in fact, becomes ICMA credentialed. That said, I talked with all these candidates about their management style. I talked with them about their commitment to come into Tallahassee, their commitment long-term, what's their career goals, because that really has to match up for candidates. Their personal goals, where they want to live, the community they want to be in, and their career goals. That's important fit for them to come and stay. So these candidates all kind of made my threshold of being a professional candidate, being well-rounded in city management, county management, combination of both, and really all kind of have different strengths as candidates. But I certainly think he's someone that's worth talking to. We did do Nexus newspaper article searches on candidates because we wanted to see what was out there. We also asked them about, is there anything out there? And snooped around quite a bit. I will say that there was an article about his termination from the county recently. If you dig a little bit further online, you'll see that there's an article about he chose to leave there, and in order for them to give him a severance they felt he was due because of all his hard work, they activated a termination clause without cause, meaning he didn't anything wrong, in order for that to happen. So that statement of termination there is not quite accurate. But he did want to come back this way. He and his family want to get back on this side of the country. So with that said, I think, I'm not going to go through, there's a lot in his cover letter that talks about what he brings to the table. So with that said, I'm going to move on to Dr. Jumonville. I had a great interview. I'm going to call her Karen, and I'm going to apologize for it now, with Dr. Jumonville. And I asked her the same tough questions that I asked external candidates. And I felt very comfortable that she had prepared for this role for quite some time. and she's very excited about it. She talked to me about all that she had done in her previous roles before she became a deputy city manager and even assistant city manager, and how she worked up through the organization. Obviously, I'll say she's homegrown, meaning she's been here for quite some time. This is her city. This is her family all live here, and she's ready for this challenge. I have no doubt about that. I have no hesitation about putting her forward for this. I didn't mention this with Dr. Andrews, but I think it's important for all the candidates to talk about the managers that they mentored under or that they served under in their career. Dr. Andrews had some great people that he worked for and worked with when he was an assistant out in Bakersfield, and then some of his roles in Georgia. And Ms. Demonville has been working here for City of Tallahassee under City Manager Goad, and even before that, other managers. And she's been exposed to interacting with the elected officials and understanding what that role looks like going forward as a city manager. So I don't have any hesitations about recommending her. Again, we had a great conversation. I think she's more than ready. And I do encourage you to consider her moving forward. Valerie Washington, I've not worked with her before. I've not worked with any of these candidates before as candidates. But I was very pleased when I did an interview with her. She did an excellent interview. She is currently the assistant city manager, one of the assistant city managers in the city of Fort Worth, Texas, which I believe has about 8,000 employees. It's a huge organization. I am, again, going to refer back to my comment about who candidates have worked for before. I happen to be aware and know personally, as far as professionally, the city manager that actually hired her. He handpicked her from Indiana, brought her into Fort Worth as an ACM, and she has been in that role ever since, which has been for 11 or 12 years now. I know his style, I know his expectations, and even in talking with her about what has she actually handled as an ACM, she said the manager always told the ACMs, don't get used to what departments you have. Don't think you're married to any of them. They're going to change, and they're going to change often, and that's exactly what has happened there. I believe she's originally from Indianapolis. She went to school in Indiana. I talked to her recently, and I think she was dropping her daughter off at college in Indiana. So I think she's originally from Indiana, and then again was handpicked to come out to Fort Worth and has done a great job out there. I think she's more than ready for the next step, and she's very excited about this. So with that said, I'm just going to, I guess, take questions if any of you have any. I kind of ran through that rather quickly, but I can say without a doubt, we have a good slate of folks here. And we have them, if they move forward, if that's the will of the commission, we have them set up for a really good process next week. And we're going to put them through one-on-ones with each of you on the 1st of September, where you get to sit down and look them eye to eye and have the conversations that you need to have at that point. And then we have a meet and greet scheduled in the afternoon after 5 o'clock, so everyone can come. I encourage anyone who's listening or who can come to be there, including you as commissioners, and any staff, any community members, any stakeholders. This is a time to come and see these people. It's hard on paper to see what you're getting, but that's a great time. It's just going to be a social event where everybody gets a chance to talk with these candidates. And then the next day, we'll do a public meeting, and I'm going to give them time at the podium here to make a case to you as the commission of why they're your next city manager. I'm not giving them any parameters. I'm not giving them any hints or tips or anything like that or any expectations. I'm just turning it over to them. So that's what we have set up next week. So with that, I'm going to stop here and answer any questions you may have.
All right, so the action before us is simply to accept the report as presented. Let's go ahead and open it. First of all, do we have any public comment on this item?
Yes, sir, we do.
All right, let's hear from the public first. Renee, and then we'll go into commission discussion.
At this point, Mayor, I have two speakers. The first is Dot Inman Johnson. The second is Stanley Sims.
All right. Name and address for the record, please. You have 3 minutes.
Dot Inman Johnson, 2121 Trescott Drive. The report suspiciously left out some important points. First of all, ICMA recommends 4 steps. one, hire an executive search team with national credentials in doing headhunting and searching. Second, establish key skills and qualifications, which obviously this expert did not do, because baseline skills and qualifications for a city manager for Tallahassee would be one who has at least the skills of running a city with a municipal-owned utility and an airport. Community engagement. I see no example of community engagement with this process, because the community engagement should have started at the very beginning at number one, with the citizens having an opportunity to speak to the commission on the caliber of person they wanted to see running our city. And the last one was the selection process, which we are already at within a month of it starting. And the three candidates, there were 37 applicants. And the fact that the consultant is presenting us with these three candidates is an example of how shoddy the work was by the consultant. She neglected to point out that Scott Andrews was unanimously terminated by the board before he had served even 2 years in the position of county manager, with no explanation for why. Karen Jumonville
You're at 20 seconds.
is an excellent city employee, but has no experience at the top level of management. Valerie and Mr. Andrews, unfortunately, we do not hire city managers based on land mass.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Stanley Sims.
Your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Stanley Sims. I'm at 1320. I gotta say, Ms. Norlock, I was a little disappointed. But I made a few phone calls. And the feedback that I received, somewhere in your face, that it was very challenging for you to really be able to solicit and advertise for the caliber of city manager that we would need in our current divisive tension environment. And one thing that they kept saying, ma'am, was, number one, any good city manager would not leave a good job within less than 60 days. There's going to be dramatic change on his board. That made sense to me. So I said, you know, I want to be fair. So I looked at these three, and I looked at the 37 that you had to play. And my grandmother, you know, was a praying woman. She used to say, sometimes you can't play the hand you wish you had, you got to play the cards you got. And I did a little spot checking through the 30-some applicants, and I agree with Ms. Inman. And I agree with you. There were no one in there that I saw that was not here that said, ooh, you should have gotten her. With that being said, Karen, and I say Karen's name, not in disrespect, but I can't pronounce her last name. And what you had to deal with, I think Karen is the best applicant. That's a lot for me to say. Because personally,
You're at 30 seconds.
the reasons like that. But this process has not been good nor fair to citizens. And that's not your fault.
All right, our next speaker, please.
That was the last speaker on this item, Mayor.
All right, the option on the table is to accept the report. Before we get into discussion, is there a motion to accept the report?
So moved.
Properly moved by the Mayor Pro Tem. I'll second it.
Okay.
All right, let's open it up for discussion. Commissioner Williams-Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Renee, thank you.
Yeah.
You didn't create this environment, but you had to operate within it. And because of that, as I've been saying, if we talk our city down, we're not going to encourage the best to come here. So we are where we are, and there are some good candidates. I will say though that I know that in our conversation there were maybe some on the fringe, perhaps. And I want to ask you, because I know the schedule that we have, is there a possibility to add maybe one or two that you thought were on the fringe, just so that we have more that will come to the citizens to be a part of the meet and greet and to make sure that we have the best. And when I say that, I mean, I don't want anybody to say that we set this up. I had nothing to do with who applied, nothing. I don't even know most of these people. I know some of them because some of them are local. But is there, to keep our schedule, is there a way to add some additional one or two from that pool that were on the edge? Because I'm thinking about when we did the police chief, when we interviewed for the police chief, Reese, we had the option of having 5 candidates if we wanted them, but 3 were chosen, and then we found ourselves in a little dance that the people who helped to choose them forgot about. So is there a possibility to add 1 or 2 that you had on the fringe to be a part of this?
Commissioner, I would say that there's really no one in the group that I feel is on the fringe as far as the qualifications and their expertise that these candidates bring to the table.
Yeah, okay.
Again, I know it's hard to see that on paper, but they have a huge amount of experience. They've been in the fire. They've come through it. They've come out of it. They are ethical. They are trained, and they are experienced. If I thought there was other candidates that would be competitive and bring that, I would have recommended them.
Okay.
I will tell you that there were many factors in this process, not only of us assessing candidates, but of candidates applying or not applying. I had numerous conversations with candidates over the last several weeks, many who were, very, very, very strong candidates. And it varied from, my daughter's in high school and she's going nowhere for a year, to being a timing issue career-wise. Some managers said, we've got a serious shortfall in our budget. I've got to get through the end of this year. So it's timing, not only personally, but professionally, about whether people would consider this job or not. In addition to that, candidates are very savvy and smart. They did their research. They scoped it out, and they wondered if there was a strong candidate internally, and they assumed that there would be. I don't share that information. That's nobody's business but mine and public records requests, but that did play a factor in it too. Oftentimes, that's more of a factor in a candidate deciding whether they're going to apply for a job, is if there is a strong internal candidate. So that's one of the things that we saw. Other things include just that I had a candidate who had a severance package, if you can imagine, of 18 months, and they're not going to get that in Florida, not anytime soon. The legislature took care of that several years ago, and for the benefit of everybody here, it's 20 weeks, which is 5 months severance. And the decision was, how much money am I going to lose to take this job? And the person still wrestled with it, and for a very long time. Then we had the recent election that came up, and I think people were kind of watching that to see. And I expected some candidates that we had on the list might pull out, depending on the results of that. That was not the case. But there are candidates that talked about this, that thought about this, that slept on it, that called me multiple times, and they said, I just cannot do it right now. I can't do it for multiple reasons. I think the obvious question is, would it be different after the elections? You know, would this pool look differently after the elections? I'll tell you this, that anytime you do a search, the pool's going to look differently if you do it at a different time, because it's about people's availability. It's about, the timing. Timing is everything. So yes, I do think it would look different. Would some of it be related to the elections? Probably, because they would be assessing a different opportunity at that time. So I talked with a lot of candidates, a lot of very qualified candidates. What we have here is we have 3 candidates who have been trained, who have been prepared, who are ready to take this on. I'm not sure if we should give them a badge of courage or something at this point, right?
I was going to say, and add courageous.
Maybe that's what we need to do. But I have talked with them even as time has gone on, and they've done all their research and everything, and asked them, okay, if I'm moving you forward, are you committed to going forward? And they said, absolutely. They want to be in this community.
You've answered my question. I had to ask that question because of some feedback that I received. And so I wanted to make sure that, we got the full explanation as to if there was some that may have been on the fringe that we could have considered. So I'm satisfied with your answer.
Right. I will just remind everybody, you're looking at paper, and it's difficult. Sure. But when you're standing before that person, when you're sitting in that office and you're looking them eye to eye, I believe after your one-on-ones on the first, if you move these candidates forward, I believe everything will look differently. You'll know the depth of the experience that these candidates bring. And while they may not check all of our boxes that we want to check, you have to understand they have a collaborative management style, a team-oriented management style. They care about employees. They have a leadership style that's very encompassing. And they've got a great bench here at Tallahassee. I will tell you what I did not hear is, Renee, I'm really worried about the operations of Tallahassee. I've been checking into it, and it looks like, it's just a mess. Do I have to go in and clean house? And they already knew that wasn't the case. And of course, I knew that too, having lived here forever. So I think that's important that they understood that, operationally, financially. But it really comes down to, these folks have to work with you as elected officials. The only way you'll know that this is someone you want to work with is to sit down across the table from them and have the difficult conversations that we're planning on having next week, Commissioner. Thank you for your question.
There is a motion on the table made by the Mayor Pro Tem to accept the report as presented. Option 1, I seconded the motion. Further discussion? Commissioner Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Renee, for your work. Obviously, there are a number of factors that go into someone chooses to apply, the professional reasons, the personal reasons, and all of that is outside of our control. But there are some things that are within our control, and one of them is our timing in all of this. And so you mentioned this already, but just to be clear, since this is something that has come up, in your professional opinion, did the fact that there will be a new commission in mere weeks affect the number or the quality of applicants?
I don't want to take away from the candidates that we have, so I would say not the quality of candidates, maybe the number of candidates. But as I mentioned, there were several things like personal timing or the deputy city manager being involved or different things that all affect someone applying. I definitely talked with candidates who said, I don't know, I just don't know, it's a lot of unknown there. Renee, what do you think is going to happen in the election? I said, I think we're going to get results is what we're going to get. That's about as far as I can predict. And I don't even pretend to know what's going to happen in the last one or the one to come. But I had those conversations. And I'm going to tell you, Commissioner, my take on that was if you're not convinced that you can go into the situation and whomever you are dealt to work with, you can't do that. You're not prepared to do that. You're not confident enough to do that. Then you're not our candidate no matter what, whether there was a majority change coming or not, right? Because that's the role of a city manager. They have to do that all the time. But to your point, I think if there were people on the fence even, like I had a couple of candidates who said, well, I've really got to finish up something where I am right now. And, I could probably move that along faster, but I just don't know about this election, And I would tell them, you need to do your homework. You need to sleep on this. You need to really think this through because these people are probably uprooting their families and bringing them here. And it was never a conversation about you need to make sure you want to be in Tallahassee. That was never a conversation with anybody. So they know what this opportunity is looking like. And there's a lot of people who wanted it. And the timing, either their own personal timing or things like the election or the deputy city manager there's many, many reasons why they said not now. I hope that's helpful, Commissioner.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I would like to make a substitute motion that we accept the report, but that we postpone and reopen this application.
Okay, motion on the table to accept the report as presented and postpone and reopen the application. Is there a second?
Second.
Any further comment? Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First off, thank you for a robust search process. I actually did the process differently. I read every resume before I looked at your recommendations, and I saw what was apparent the best candidates I believe were moved forward. So I do think it was thorough. But looking at the candidate pool, and as a business owner, I've conducted hundreds, if not thousands, of interviews. I've opened up hiring processes. Sometimes you get a pool with a lot of exceptional candidates, and it's very hard to choose. Sometimes you get some where I'm just going to have to take a chance on one of the people here. I understand that process, but I do think there are things within our control, and I do value the idea that some people who aren't looking for a change of job or location that would consider an opportunity like Tallahassee would look at a new city commission being sworn in 60 days, being a tremendous amount of uncertainty. And I would respect and value the type of person who would decide not to apply because of the uncertainty of being put in that position. And I'm worried that our candidate pool missed out on those types of individuals. And it's not to diminish anybody who applied. I think we do have good applicants, but I am interested in seeing who else may be interested in coming to Tallahassee as part of this process. I mean, to address kind of the internal candidate, I do see the comments on social media. There are people who think the fix is in and those sorts of things. I think those are real concerns that kind of give people pause of whether they want to put themselves through a very public process. Though I don't necessarily think that's the case, I do think it's a fear that we have to consider. And then just the timing, as Commissioner Porter mentioned. So I'm not rejecting any of the candidates outright that have been brought forward, but I do think 60, 90 more days, letting the new city commission make the decision will give more candidates the ability to apply who may come, give us a greater opportunity to review more people who are interested, and then let the best candidate emerge, whether they're one of the current candidates or not. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Sure. There's a substitute motion on the table to accept the report and postpone, made by Commissioner Porter, seconded by Commissioner Matlow. Any other further comment? I will not be supporting the substitute motion. I am very pleased with the work that you have done. Yeah. You are a nationally recognized firm, and you have done a tremendous job, and you've brought us 3 great candidates. Now, If after the interview and the process, we cannot come to an agreement on one of the candidates, then we start the process over. But at this point, I am willing to move forward, and I'll be supporting the original motion on the table, and I look forward to next week. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm speaking from experience on the commission because I was here when we chose our current city manager out of a tremendous pool of individuals, and we went through that process, and we've got a city manager now who's about to retire, but is being recognized for the work that he has done individually. This city is being recognized for the quality of the services that it provides its citizens, and I feel confident, Renee, that based on the work that you've done, the scrutiny that you have put into selecting these 3 finalists, that we will have an opportunity to do the one-on-one interviews. The community will have the opportunity to scrutinize them as well, that we will come forward with someone who will follow adequately in the footsteps of our current city manager. I'm comfortable with the process that we have, having seen this process work in the past, and willing to move forward with what's being recommended. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Sure. And Renee, let me remind you, this body, once again, has been through this process in the hiring of the city attorney. This body has been through this process with the hiring of the Auditor General. We've been through this process with the police chief in assistance with the city manager. And we've been through this process with the fire chief. So we're very well versed. And again, if we cannot make a decision, then we begin the process over. There's a substitute motion on the table made by Commissioner Porter, seconded by Commissioner Matlow. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
And the motion fails 2-3 with the mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Commissioner Williams-Cox in dissent. We are back on the original motion to accept the report and move forward. Motion made by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by the mayor. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Commissioner Matlow, I'm sorry, I didn't hear a vote. Aye? Aye, okay. So passes 4-1 with Commissioner Porter in dissent. Thank you, Renee. We look forward to next week.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commissioners.
Okay, we're on item number 12.02. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, sir. Item 1202 seeks your approval for the acceptance and execution of the Florida Department of Transportation Public Transportation Grant Agreement for the Terminal HVAC Improvements Project at the Tallahassee International Airport. This grant award of $550,000 provides for heating and cooling improvements necessary to address aging infrastructure. Our airport director, David Pollard, is here to answer any questions on this item.
Excellent. Do we have any public comment on this item?
No, sir.
Colleagues?
So move.
Second.
Been properly moved by Commissioner Williams-Cox, seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. Any further discussion? Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you for the elevator.
There we go. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, passes unanimously 5-0. We're on item number 12.03. Mr. Manager.
Yes, sir. This item seeks your approval to finalize negotiations and execute the agreements by me or my designee with Airboss to enable the development and lease of airport property at the Tallahassee International Airport. This lease would represent $7 million in capital investment and generate $1.8 million in new revenue for the airport over the life of the agreement. Again, for this item, our airport director, David Pollard, is here if you have any questions.
Great, thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
No, sir.
All right.
So move.
Second.
Been properly moved by Commissioner Williams-Cox, seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. Further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously 5-0. Do we have anything else coming before us under policy formation and direction, Mr. Manager?
No, sir.
We are on unagended speakers. Mr. Clerk,
Yes,
how
sir.
many speakers do we have?
At this point, I have 6.
All right, let's begin.
As with the earlier part of our meeting, speakers will each have 3 minutes for remarks with a light system in front of the mayor that will start green and turn yellow at 30 seconds before turning red. I'll also give you a heads up at 30 seconds. Our first speaker is Jade DiGirolamo followed by Timothy Stodmuller.
Thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
So my name's Jade DiGirolamo. My address is exempt. So I'm here to talk about Flock, and I'll just get right into it. Yesterday, August 25th, the Tallahassee Police Department and Leon County Sheriff's Office issued a joint press release announcing transparency portals for their Flock cameras. Upon examining the TPD portal, I was disappointed to see that the interface was vendor-hosted, branded with the Flock logo, and hosted on their proprietary domains. These kinds of info pages are little more than reputational scaffolding, and it's common PR support for them to be provided as deliverables to contracted agency partners. This only served to undermine the credibility of the transparency effort, in my eyes. Still, there were a few points of revelation, namely the process by which license plates are automatically scanned and compared against dozens of federal, state, and local investigative databases to return hits. Independent of this automatic process, the portal quantified 1,409 searches conducted in the past 30 days alone. Those are intentional user-initiated search sessions, presumably inspired by curiosity, suspicion, or other unknown rationale. The rationale is supposed to be disclosed for each search, but we don't get to see the reasons for those queries. The point is, these searches are conducted on vehicles not flagged by the automated plate readers with no outward indication of criminality. Flock-specific search and query functions aren't described in any meaningful detail on the transparency portals, and they're apparently exempt from public records requests. But the actual features responsible for conducting searches are spelled out plainly enough in one available procurement document from the Leon County Sheriff's Office, so I'll digress to that. The Sheriff's Office purchased Flock's vehicle fingerprint technology, as well as the optional advanced search package, which includes convoy analysis, multi-geo search, and visual search. This feature bundle also provides unlimited custom hot lists that allow a user to place a suspect's license plate on a custom list and receive an alert whenever that vehicle passes a Flock camera. These tools coordinate, enabling users to access vehicle movement patterns and analyze vehicles that travel together. So these capabilities produce something qualitatively different from an isolated license plate read. What is produced is a mosaic of retrospective, aggregable, and comprehensive vehicle movement data. Several Supreme Court rulings, including Chatry v. United States of 2026 and Carpenter v. United States in 2018, have held that data of this character is protected by the Fourth Amendment.
You have 30 seconds remaining.
And requires a warrant and probable cause to search. Flock has provided law enforcement agencies with a system specifically designed to reconstruct this type of granular data, and it's being accessed without probable cause. I don't intend to conflate the finer points of the technologies examined by these cases and the systems we're discussing here. In fact, I'd rather appeal to common sense, given that these artificial intelligence surveillance technologies are an evolving frontier that challenge the interpretive boundaries of the Constitution.
Thank you very much. Your time is up. Our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Timothy Stodmuller, followed by John Michael Thaxton.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Tim Stodmuller, 911 Powwow Trail. Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, thank you for hearing me. I've been organizing against the Flock cameras. I'd like to start my remarks by saying that anybody interested in getting involved, please see me after the meeting. I'm here as a frustrated citizen. I work very hard to be an informed person, and when it comes to figuring out exactly who made the decision to bring these cameras to our community in the first place, and how much money has been spent already on infrastructure that the city doesn't own, it's very difficult to get answers. And frankly, it makes me question the motivations of installing the system in the first place. I think that the framing of saying that this technology that was only recently introduced is suddenly indispensable to law enforcement is a manipulative one. And I think that if you require unlimited surveillance powers to carry out your duties as police, perhaps a different line of work is in order. There seems to be a pattern of decisions being made behind closed doors, possibly by appointed officials. Again, I'm still learning about the process. This is learning. Decisions that are being made behind closed doors without the consent or information of the public. I've spoken to hundreds and hundreds of people about these cameras. 95% of them across the political spectrum hate these things once they understand what they are. It doesn't appear to me that the community has been educated, and part of consent is an informed decision. And it doesn't seem to me that this decision was informed. The Constitution was drafted by founders who'd lived through an authoritarian system so bad that the only logical solution was violent revolution. The thing about tools is that they change hands. I understand that these cameras have been used to solve crimes. I'm sure they have.
30 seconds remaining.
I'm sure they have. But what are we sacrificing? And let's take a less rosy view of the world and consider history and examples of excessive police powers being used in destructive ways. I yield my time.
Our next speaker, please.
Next is John Michael Thaxton, and then Musa Enver.
Your name and address for the record, please.
John Michael Thaxton, 3423 Treaty Oak Trail. I want to start by addressing the police in this room. For many years, you've been under fire. For many years, you've woken up every single day with half this country angry at you, pointing a finger at you, saying you're evil, saying you're bullies, saying that you constantly abuse your authority. And now, those of us that have defended you for years are here, begging you to listen. You say you're here to protect and serve. I believe that. Now here we are, asking you to live up to your promise and protect us from this great evil. Here you stand, rolling out the red carpet for it. I speak for a great number of us when I say it is getting increasingly difficult to defend you. It was always an option to burn the Constitution to the ground in order to solve crimes. There's a reason we didn't do it. Every one of you in this room with a badge or that are elected to higher office took an oath to defend our constitutional rights. And here we are, begging you to listen. We tell you that this is evil. We tell you that this is Satan, and you do not listen. Instead, you reply with technical retorts, half-truths, things meant to deceive us, and often outright lies. The party told you to reject the evidence of your eyes and ears. We, the people, do not have to negotiate our constitutional rights with our own government. That is the entire point of those rights to begin with. You do not get to waltz in, erect a network of AI-powered cameras pointed at every major road in this city, and tell us not to worry that you won't abuse it. Ladies and gentlemen, I am not asking you to imagine how this can be abused. I am asking you simply to pay attention to how it has already been abused. And while the government negotiates away your rights, guaranteed by God, paid for by the blood of our forefathers, I want every person in this room to ask themselves honestly whether the men who published that little piece of paper on July 4th, 1776 would have tolerated this for even a single day. If you cannot fathom why a network of surveillance cameras would set this population ablaze with righteous indignation, you do not deserve that seat. My father has suffered greatly for this country for decades because of the sacrifice he made on behalf of it, for the ideals written on that piece of paper. One day that sacrifice will take his life. I will not let him leave this world believing his suffering was for nothing. I will not leave this world without making damn sure the children I love are not stripped of their liberty by those who swore to protect it.
You're at 30, your time has expired.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Musa Enver. Musa Enver is our next speaker, and then Alex O'Connell.
Your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Musa Enver, and my address is 134 Convocation Way.
I'm a current member of the Democratic Socialists of America, and I wanted to speak about the current flock camera situation within our city and why they needed to be removed from Tallahassee. There are around 4,000 surveillance cameras in our city of Tallahassee, with around 30 being automated license plate readers, or ALPRs. While it is said that these cameras are meant for our security, there is no guarantee that the mass surveillance of our city is solely for security and the well-being of the people. The data these cameras collect is given to our government and law enforcement without us citizens knowing exactly how they will use it. Rather, it feels as if the information they get and how they'll use it and the rationale is masked. Rather, we are just meant to believe that it's just for security. Let it be known as well that officers have indeed misused the sensitive information they take for their own well-being. An example would be in our own state of Florida, where an officer, Christopher Goodson, was accused of misusing it to stalk his ex-romantic partner. These cameras begin to parallel the USA Patriot Act of 2001, where the NSA could legally wiretap on citizens to investigate them, even without a probable cause. These flock cameras only serve to benefit this act, and with designations redefining domestic terrorism from the president, such as with Antifa or anti-fascist, it is not alleged to say that these flock cameras could be used to target those who stand against him and his allies. If I drive by a flock camera, even if I have no warrant, it will log every detail of my car, the make and model, the color, the license plate, and it'll all be collected and stored. It will map where I go, my routine, and it does this without any proper reason for doing so. It will then keep this info for now 7 days, as opposed to its previous 30 days after recent controversy surrounding it with ICE. And I ask you, City Commission of Tallahassee, at what point is the security lost and it has become mass surveillance? These flock cameras have no purpose in our city, our state, or our nation. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Alex O'Connell is next, and then Howard Kessler.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Alex O'Connell. I am in 32304 for my zip code. I want to say thank you to everybody who spoke already about flock cameras, and I want to take a super brief divergence from that topic, come right back to it because I was told I only get one speaker card for way too many things I have to say. So I just wanted to throw this out there to my city commission. I want to thank you guys for what you do. I love living in Tallahassee. I'm a business owner here. And as part of the music community, you guys have already heard the gripes of not having art spaces, not having venues, everything closing, nowhere to have music. Recently, the Wanish Cigar Factory project has finally gotten underway. That property has been vacant for the 10 years I've been in and out of Tallahassee. I just wanted to give a public suggestion that you guys consider amongst yourselves working to give an alternative proposal to the property owner, Mr. Richard Barnett. He is an accomplished architect, and after sitting on the property for so long, I have a feeling that he is looking to instill a legacy and also provide for his family. If the city could potentially come up with an equitable proposal to the private proposal he has now, I think that that property would be an excellent space for a venue, a community space, or as a lot of support was seen, Mr. Matlow was at the meeting a few weeks ago, for a museum. And apparently in the 90s, I couldn't find any information about this upon my cursory Googling, but apparently in the early 90s, there was a vote to make that property a city museum, a Tallahassee museum. And the first year it failed. A second year, apparently it was passed, and then nothing happened. So I would just like some more public information about what that is related to. I don't know what body that occurred under. It was presented by a historical society member, so, and they're much older than I am, so I really just have no way to check that. And again, I would just appeal to you guys to consider coming up with an alternative proposal and suggesting it to the property owner. I know that they are deep into the proposal process already, but I think that this is an opportunity that we won't have again. Once the new space is there, it's not going to go anywhere. I know that that's an expensive thing to consider, but please do, and if not that property, please consider looking for other spaces, especially as we want to diversify our economic holdings here in the city. So quickly going back to the flock cameras, as before me, you've heard a lot of great information. A lot of people are uncomfortable with this. As a woman, I'm really uncomfortable with this. It's been used against women across states. There are an increasing number of false charges. Recently, there was one in Pensacola. It's happening in Florida here. And if we're going to be engaging in something like this, perhaps we should work out a way to keep that data at least localized and not sent off into another state, another country. We should have some proper data infrastructure here and keep it local. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Howard Kessler. Mayor, that's the last speaker I have for unattended speakers.
All right. Your name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon. Howard Kessler, 32303. Mayor Daley, Commissioner Curtis Richardson, and Commissioner Diane Williams-Cox. I've been here many times before, and you have remained silent. You have refused to protect the people of Tallahassee. Every day that you fail to speak up, you condone the violence and the killings that ICE does. The City of Tallahassee has a 287G agreement with ICE. By your continued silence and inaction, you are supporting the deaths, the deportations, the separation of families, and the cruel treatment of those arrested by ICE. Today marks 231 days since the cold-blooded murder of Renee Good by ICE. Today marks 214 days since the cold-blooded murder of Alex Preddy, shot 10 times in less than 5 seconds after being tackled to the ground when holding his phone in his hand, filming what ICE was doing in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Cold-blooded killings by U.S. federal military forces on U.S. soil, on U.S. citizens, and their cold-blooded killings were captured on video for the world to see. They were unarmed when killed. They received no justice. No one was arrested. No one tried. They were just cruelly obliterated for exercising their right to observe and speak freely. We have an unneeded 287G ICE agreement. We have seen the behavior of ICE, the agents. They don't respect the lives of our people. The culture of ICE is anti-American.
You're at 30 seconds remaining.
It's cruel, it's racist. ICE was supposed to be going after the worst of the worst, the criminals, not children. Not someone driving with a broken taillight, not working families contributing to our societies, not those showing up for their required and scheduled immigration check-ins. Complacency is complicity. Protect our people and get rid of the Tallahassee 287G agreement. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Our next speaker, please.
I have no other unattended speakers.
All right, that is the end of unattended speakers. We're on the sharing of ideas. Mayor Pro Tem, we'll start with you and work our way down.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to bring to the commission's attention the fact that I've been approached by a couple of individuals personally who are interested in purchasing the technology center in the Appalachia Ridge Estates neighborhood. And so I wanted to bring that to the commission and ask staff to come back with the recommendation as to what we can do in that regard. I understand from one of the individuals that they have monies available that they could dedicate to that facility, but they can't put money into it without owning it. And so that's why they're interested in purchasing the property from the city, and others who are willing to provide programming to serve the community and are interested in the technology center itself.
There's a motion to bring back an agenda item regarding the Appalachia
I'll
Ridge
second it.
Technology Center, seconded by Commissioner Williams-Cox. Open it up for discussion. Commissioner Porter?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would be supportive of an informational item. I'm not ready to move forward. Beyond
That's
that.
the intent, is
Okay.
to bring back information for us to consider. It's similar to what we've done over the years with the Delta Kappa Omega Community Center in the Providence community. So it
Okay.
would come back as an informational item.
Information, Commissioner Porter.
Okay.
Commissioner Matlow?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And yeah, I would like a lot more information on the ownership structure now, the operation of it, make sure we're not going down the process of selling city property without a competitive bid process. All those sorts of things would weigh in my decision. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
If I could, on point.
Sure, on point.
I don't know how much any of you know about the tech center.
Right.
This is, it's enclosed within a neighborhood, Appalachia Ridge neighborhood, where they've used it for years to, for mentoring, for training, for teaching the youth in the community. They even had a large award of some technology. That's why it's called a tech center for technology. So it's not your typical property that goes on the market. This is enclosed into a neighborhood that has been neighborhood-led and neighborhood-ran. And so I absolutely support looking into this to see what we can do to fortify that neighborhood with that piece of property.
All those in favor of the motion on the table, bring back an information item, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, passes unanimously 5-0. Mayor Pro Tem, you still have the floor.
That's all I have for today.
Commissioner Williams-Cox?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, let me start by saying it is so strange to look over in this corner and see someone missing from over there. He was always there, looking good, smelling good, smiling. And so he's smiling in heaven now. And then I don't know if he came back for him, but his buddy's up there with him. And we just wanted to remind him that we've lost a couple of giants lately from our city family. Mr. James Barn, who would always provide that white glove concierge service. And I'm expecting that whoever tries to fill those shoes will do the same. I'll make sure personally that they do. And for Antonio Jackson, God bless his family and all as they deal with the loss of this great giant. So I just want to say that first of all. Secondly, I want to ask for an agenda item to come back to regarding a marker to recognize someone in our community who has done a lot in our community. I remember meeting him several years ago. My dad introduced me to him when I was running for the State House, and he was very helpful in what I was trying to do at that time. And I've had plenty of opportunities to work with him to try to mediate some issues that they were having. But, and that individual is Mr. Oliver Hill. Mr. Oliver Hill has done a lot in our community, and in fact, he and I were working on a committee that to try to save the Winn-Dixie in the Harveys down on the south side at one time. And so I have spoken with the Tallahassee Housing Authority, and they are in agreement to partner with us if should this move forward to place a marker at Columbia Gardens at South City because they have to do a marker for the Orange Avenue apartments anyway. That's part of some of the money that they receive. And so I'm hoping that we will agree that we should put something there to honor Mr. Hill with not just the work he did there, but the work he did in our community. So I'm asking that agenda item comes back.
I will second it.
Okay.
Yep, information item. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wholeheartedly support that motion. Over the years, and it was one of the reasons that I took the impetus to have South City included in the CRA district. And it was because of the work that Mr. Hill had done over the years. He was a champion for that community.
He was.
And I think
and a force to reckon with, too.
Yeah. And I think that, while he's still living and can smell his flowers, that's one of the things that we should do to recognize the work that he did over the years, because without the work that he did when it was South City Apartments, we may not have Columbia Gardens today. So, yeah, I wholeheartedly support that effort.
All those in favor of the motion on the table signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, passes unanimously 5-0. Commissioner Williams-Cox, you have the floor.
And finally, I have been asked to bring this forward with the renaming of Virginia Street from North Adams to Copeland for Reverend R.B. Holmes Jr. and his wife Gloria, Dr. Gloria Holmes. The work and the development that he, under his leadership, that Bethel has done in that community has really revitalized that community. And this request did not come from him. He would never do that. But it came from some others who thought it not robbery to do that. So I ask that we bring back an item to, okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All those in favor of the motion on the table signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, passes unanimously 5-0.
Thank you.
Williams-Cox.
That's all I have.
Commissioner Matlow, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. 3 items. First, I think we need to revisit with the county how we're going to provide fire services going forward. I think this feud between the city and county is getting dangerous. We're currently debating whether the contract language for the county to be able to acquire the trucks and stations that are in the unincorporated area, whether they can actually even move forward with that. On this path where we don't come up with an agreement or sell our county assets, and the unincorporated county doesn't have fire services for 100,000 people, that's a concern of mine, even as a city resident. A fire doesn't know the difference between a county line and a city limits line. We need to be able to responsibly make sure we're funding services both in the county and in the city. I know there's been a lot of back and forth from staff as well as elected officials on each board, but I think enough is enough and we need to resolve this. So I'd like to make a motion that we have the city manager reach out to the county administrator to schedule a joint meeting between the city and county commissions to find resolution on the fire issue.
Second.
All right, it's been properly moved by Commissioner Matlow, seconded by Commissioner Porter. I will not be supporting the motion on the table. I know that the attorneys are in negotiation right now, and the process is moving forward. Mr. Banger, you wanted to comment?
Yes, sir. May I ask for clarity on the motion? I'm happy to communicate with the county administrator. Commissioner Matlow, is the motion to renegotiate the agreement? I just want to be clear on what we're asking them to do.
Yeah, well, to schedule a joint meeting between the city and the county commissions, I think it would be appropriate for the city and the county to bring their position to that joint meeting for the
So clarification, you want a joint workshop with the 12 of us together to discuss? Okay.
Mr. Mayor, is it to renegotiate? I apologize, but what's the point of the meeting?
It could be to renegotiate the contract where we cover services. It could be to have a discussion of how we move forward with disposition of assets if we separate, but to have an understanding with the city and county that we both know how fire services are going to operate moving forward. Right now, there's a lot of uncertainty.
Yeah, I understand the motion on the table, and I respectfully will definitely not be supporting that. We do not need to be negotiating a contract by the body, especially when it's in the legal process right now.
Actually, just if I could clarify, Mr. Mayor, that we don't actually have a pending legal claim with the county, because you'll recall we had the potential arbitration. There has been some correspondence back and forth about the end of the contract in 2 years from now.
That's right.
And what will happen to the assets at that time.
Sure. And I apologize for my layman's perspective, but that is what I was referencing. So all those in favor of the motion on the, oh, yes, Commissioner Williams-Cox.
I was going to say, in lieu of bringing everybody together, I would be willing to work with the chairman of the county commission to see if we can have some conversations that we can then bring back to our individual bodies.
Commissioner
instead of bringing
Williams-Cox.
everybody together.
You know, I love you and I respect you, but I am not going to relinquish my role as the mayor of Tallahassee in this particular instance. If the chairman would like to speak, he can call my office and he can schedule a meeting. I'll be more than happy in my official capacity by the charter to represent the city in any chair, mayor meeting for the next 2 months.
No problem.
All right, all those in favor of the motion on the table signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
And the motion fails 3-2 with the mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Commissioner Williams-Cox in dissent. Commissioner Matlow, you still have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At the last meeting, an attempt to ban AI data centers was voted down by this body. I'd like to make a motion today that we bring back an item to specifically define AI data centers in our land development code and bring back an item to prohibit our public utility from powering AI data centers.
Second.
Okay, motion on table made by Commissioner Matlow to bring back an agenda item regarding data centers specifically to the Land Development Code, seconded by Commissioner Porter. Point of clarification, would that need to go through the comprehensive plan process or the city of Tallahassee? Help me out here.
Yes, sir. I think I can answer this. I don't believe the city commission can take that action. The structure of utility service in the state is if a customer is within your service territory, you have an obligation to serve. That is the obligation of our electric utility. Now, before you get there, if they have no legal basis, they can't locate there because the land use doesn't allow it, of course, this city utility could not serve it. But I do not believe legally the city commission can take action to single out any type of customer to say you won't serve them if they can be there legally. I feel very confident in that answer. I certainly understand the direction, but I think you can certainly prohibit the location of a facility like that. But if they have the legal right to be in your service territory, you have an obligation to serve them.
And we took action, and I agree with you, Commissioner Matlow. We took action at the last city commission meeting from a land use perspective that would prohibit that, didn't we?
The discussion was, Mr. Mayor, that your land use code does not allow for an AI data center. I think what Commissioner Matlow is saying is maybe you make an attempt to define it to provide greater clarity, but planning staff has reviewed it. You'll recall you received, it was almost this time last year, a summary that said AI data centers, as they're known to be, are not contemplated in your land development code. And therefore, if there was a proposal to locate one, of course, we're talking about the city of Tallahassee. You don't have jurisdiction of the unincorporated county, the Leon County, that this body would have to take affirmative action to change its rules. So in the absence of that action, by default, the law doesn't allow it to happen. That's where you stand today. And so, of course, if there was some application by an AI data center, that would come to you for consideration, but you would have to change your rules to allow for it.
And the county moratorium is countywide or only in the unincorporated? I was under the assumption it was countywide.
Mr. Mayor, I don't know.
Okay.
I'd have to clarify that for you.
Okay, Commissioner Matlow, you got the floor. What direction you want to go?
I think in understanding what the manager said and the misunderstanding of members of this board of what we did at the last meeting, I would draw my motion and again, make a motion to define AI data centers and bring back an outright ban that prohibits them directly from being built within the city limits.
Okay.
Second.
There's a motion on the table made by Commissioner Matlow, seconded by Commissioner Porter. Commissioner Williams-Cox, you have the floor, and then the Mayor Pro Tem.
I guess a point of clarification, what I voted on was not to do a moratorium because we had determined that it was not an allowable use in our current land use and comp plan.
Right.
I thought that's what I voted for.
Mr. Mayor, our planning director is here. He can speak much more intelligently than I can if it gives this body comfort of how that is allowed or disallowed.
Sure, Alfonso, how are you, sir?
It was better till you called him up here.
Absolutely. So as you'll recall from the email we sent this time last year that the city manager referred to, our comp plan doesn't get into the weeds of these particular uses. But as the manager said, our land development code today does not allow that use anywhere within the city of Tallahassee jurisdiction. So absent the city commission changing the land development code or a planned unit development coming through the development review process, the approval process that you all would have to approve for it to go through, an AI data center could not take place. And beyond that, the comp plan, while it doesn't specifically address these uses, it requires that any development, that there be available infrastructure capacity to support any sort of development. And with these data centers that are, these huge megawatt requiring uses, there's likely not capacity within the electrical grid to support them.
Got it. There is a motion on the table that's been made by Commissioner Matlow, seconded by Commissioner Porter. Commissioner Williams-Cox, you still have the floor?
Oh, well, I think that answered my question, and I will say too that I said this at the last meeting. I've spoken to some folks who are in that industry, and they're saying that Florida, period, is not conducive to these things. And the lightning and storms and things and hurricanes that we have here, I wouldn't take a chance in building one here myself.
Sure.
Because of the climate that we're in. But I hope that we can put this to rest, because I want to make sure that when it goes out, that it goes out correctly, that we did not vote that we don't, that we want AI data centers. We're basically saying that it is not an allowable use currently in our comp plan. The only way for it to become one is for this commission or future commissions to make it so.
Yeah. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, and I was just going to add to that, Mayor, that this is not new to the city of Tallahassee.
Right.
We've led in this effort. I mean, these ordinances were not passed. I mean, it happened before I came to the commission in 2014. That's at least how long we've had our ordinances in place. And I'm comfortable with what we've got, what you've heard from staff, and I'm not sure that we need to jump on board with what's happening statewide and nationally with these data centers. Apparently, it is clear that the city of Tallahassee will not allow, and we need to make sure that we get this information out to the general public, that we will not, unless it's an affirmative action on behalf of the commission, I don't plan to support it. But unless it's an affirmative action on behalf of the commission, it cannot happen within the confines of the city of Tallahassee.
Commissioner Porter, comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. So can you clarify what is the motion on the table currently?
Sure. The motion on the table is to bring back an item to define AI data centers in our land development code, and then adopt by ordinance, as we've seen other counties around Florida do, to put a ban on building them within the city limits.
Okay, thank you. And I still second and support the motion. I do want to ask on the question of the relationship of any future data center and our utilities. I know that there was legislation that passed this session related to that. I believe it's Senate Bill 484. So I would be curious, it doesn't have to be included with that item, but though it could be, just what more information we have, if any, about the relationship between public utilities, which are specifically singled out, and data centers.
Okay, there's a motion on the table made by Commissioner Matlow, seconded by Commissioner Porter. I will not be supporting the motion on the table. We have handled this issue. We have discussed this issue. We have made it on the record that we do not intend to approve, nor can we approve through the Land Development Code and the moratorium at the county data centers. I don't want to spend any more time or spend any more staff time on this issue. We have more important issues that are facing the city of Tallahassee. All those in favor of the motion on the table signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
And it fails 3-2 with the mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Commissioner Williams-Cox in dissent. Commissioner Matlow, you still have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Since I think last October, and I know as part of our retreat, we've been discussing the proliferation of flock cameras in our community. I think over the last year, we've seen even more egregious violations of how they've been used across the country. There's bipartisan consensus that they've gone too far. Senator Bernie Sanders has called for federal legislation to rein them in, and even Governor DeSantis has said that they are, quote, out of control. I think Tallahassee needs to take the lead on this. I think we've talked about it enough, had enough conversations at the City Commission. I'm comfortable moving forward to start removing them in our community, and I'll make a motion that we bring forward an item to show us the process of getting out of our contract with Flock and removing the cameras that are in the Tallahassee city limits.
Second.
All right, there's a motion on the table made by Commissioner Matlow, seconded by Commissioner Porter. Any further discussion to bring an item back before the commission?
Mr. Mayor, just a question, and maybe the chief can address this. Chief, how important are these cameras? Because they do address public safety. How important are they for addressing public safety?
Thank you, Commissioner.
And also, Chief, what issues have we have here in Leon County in regards to the flock camera? Any investigations on misuse? Any current investigations going on? Please paint us the picture of what's.
No, I very much appreciate the opportunity from all of you to speak on this issue because there is a lot of misinformation. First of all, I want to say to our community, we hear you. We hear the concern. We know that there are concerns across this country about the flock cameras, and we hear you, and we stand ready to work with you to resolve these issues. Directly to your question, Commissioner, these cameras are extremely important to us in the ability to recover missing children, to recover human trafficking victims, to recover and to apprehend violent felons in our community. And they've proven that time and time again already here in Tallahassee. We had one example, bank robbery on North Monroe Street. The car fled up Thomasville Road into Georgia. That car hit a LPR on Thomasville Road. We notified Georgia State Patrol.
That's
It
the
hit one of
license plate reader, right?
license plate reader, I'm sorry, LPRs, yeah, license plate readers, or automated license plate readers are the ALPR. That's a general category. It hit another license plate reader in Georgia, and within 3 hours, Georgia State Patrol stopped that car, had all the money, mask, guns, everything still in the car. There's just one example. We had an example here in the city where we had a missing person endangered, and we've actually had multiple of these. And because we were able to locate those vehicles, we were able to locate and recover safely those victims very, very quickly. This would not happen without this technology. So, I stand here before you to say, we want to work with you. We are more than willing to be completely transparent. We just opened our Flock portal, which, I heard the comment earlier, and I just kind of shook my head. Not at the comment, just at the misunderstanding of the information. This is just completely, yes, Flock put it out. Flock did this in relation to all the questions that were coming forward, but it doesn't negate the fact that it is the dashboard that allows you to see what we're doing. It allows you to see the searches that were made. You can make public records requests for the specific information if you want that, because each of these cases have to have a case number and a reason for use. So they cannot just be randomly used. To answer your question, Mayor, and I'm sorry I'm jumping around here a little bit, we just did an audit from January to present where we had 293 what would be considered maybe questionable because the system itself flags those. We went through each and every one of those 293 as part of our usual audit process, and all of ours were legitimate. So it's like they may have forgotten to enter, the case number didn't show up correctly, or the justification didn't meet the criteria that we require for that, so you have to go back and find more information. What I would point to, and there have been misuses, so I don't dispute that at all across the country. There have been misuses in the medical field. There have been misappropriations in every form of business that you can go to. But to say that the whole system is corrupt is just inaccurate. It's not. The system is in place, and the system has caught the people that you are all talking about. Yeah. The audit trails are the ones that caught these officers that are wrongly using this and should be brought to justice. And this technology requires that we approach it carefully, that we approach it professionally, that we have policies in place that address how this technology is used and put safeguards in place, which we have done and are on our website and are publicly available. I don't know how we can be more transparent, but I am willing to do that. I'm willing to work So we stand ready to work with you on safeguards to make sure that this technology is used effectively, because it is an incredible tool that allows us to keep this community much, much safer than we've ever been able to before, while still safeguarding the protections that we all want. So we stand ready to do that, and I'll be happy to answer any more questions that you have about all of our flock cameras, about anything that you have a question about.
So, thank you, Chief. So if for some reason you were to start removing them from the city, you're also using these in conjunction with the Real-Time Crime Center too, correct?
They are.
So that would be a great disadvantage to what all of this technology, all these things working together to help solve or prevent crime in our community. I'm remembering the shooting at the basketball court at FAMU.
Right.
Nobody saw anything. Okay, people shot, but nobody saw anything.
Right.
Had it not been from cameras over there, we still might not know who did what or what happened to bring these folks to justice. So I like you said, and you're correct, there are abuses in almost any and everything, but to take out we need to just continue to be transparent, like you're saying.
Right.
And if there's a way to be more transparent, let's do that.
Absolutely.
But also realize that my Ring doorbell is also, recording what's happening around my house.
Sure.
And that I can then share it with you. My phone is keeping up with me everywhere I go. If I pull up the CVS, they know I'm there, so they offer me coupons. So there are things that this technology, satellites, AI, all these things are doing for us, as well as we know that we don't have enough officers. Although we beefed up, we don't have enough officers to do all of the work that we need to have done. And this use of this tool, as well as with AI, helps us to be able to do those kinds of things and solve things more quickly, I would think.
Yeah. Absolutely. And it's important to point out that these queries can only be run if there is a legal reason to do so. You can't just run the queries. And the people that have gotten in trouble, and rightly so, again, I say, are because they've done stuff outside of the system. That could happen with any of the databases that we have. And I'm sure if you go back and look at driver's license, several years ago, restrictions were put in place on the ability to run people's driver's license just for no reason, right? And we audited that system, found many violations of that, even within our own department, and corrected those and disciplined those people. That was a statewide and a national audit thing that went on with driver's license. The same type of thing happened. So, we understand that these abuses happen, and we have to regulate ourselves. We have to be transparent about that. We have to be willing to share with our community when we've messed up and hold those officers accountable, and we are certainly doing that, and we certainly stand ready to do that. Our policy clearly says that if you violate this policy, there will be internal sanctions up to and including termination, and that you may face criminal charges. So that is clearly within our policy. As always, I think our policies are national leading. And I think other agencies will adopt the policies that we have in place. But you can only use this for legitimate legal purposes. And that has to be a case number associated with it. There has to be a description associated with it. We have supervisors that are monitoring this and auditing this system constantly, and that will continue. So again, it's an invaluable tool, and we stand ready to share it with our community because it truly makes our community safer.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
Just one final question. So would you be willing, or would the department be willing or amenable to bringing that kind of information before the commission on a periodic basis so that
absolutely
we have information on how this is being used locally?
Sure, absolutely. Okay. And may I speak to one other issue? Because it was brought up as well earlier, and I just want to speak to the constitutional. The Supreme Court has ruled in over 20 different cases that there is no expectation of privacy in public places. And so when people say this is a constitutional issue, it is clearly not. That this has nothing, it does have to do with our privacy, and we need to have those discussions and how much we want technology to be involved in that. But like you said, Commissioner, Your cell phone tracks you much, much closer and much, much more than we ever do, legal reason or not.
All right, we have a motion on the table made by Commissioner Matlow, seconded by Commissioner Porter. Commissioner Porter, you have the floor. I do want to bring this in for a landing. I do want to take a vote. Commissioner Porter has not had an opportunity for sharing of ideas yet this evening as well.
Thank you, and I appreciate that background. I mean, respectfully, though, the ACLU disagrees with what you just said. I mean, they consider it a constitutional issue. They consider it a threat to civil rights.
The Supreme Court has ruled over 20 times, and the Supreme Court.
Okay, we're not going to get in a legal debate, Chief, right now, okay?
I'm just.
Chief.
I'm also pointing out a fact.
Please stand down.
The ACLU disagrees with you.
Sure.
They are attorneys. They are allowed to have opinion. That's why we have laws. That's why we have a court system. So for that reason and others, I will support this motion. I would also I understand that it doesn't seem that the majority supports moving forward, but I really appreciate Commissioner Richardson's idea and would also ask the chief or my colleagues, I think it would be great if we had a city workshop. TPD could host it, or not a workshop, but a town hall, because there are a lot of concerns about this. I don't think those concerns are going anywhere. And so I think that the public would like an opportunity to ask their questions and learn more. And so I can make that a motion during my time, but since you brought that suggestion up, I thought I had that idea.
All those in favor of the motion on the table signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
And it fails 3-2 with the mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Commissioner Williams-Cox in dissent. Chief, thank you for the report. Really appreciate it.
Thank you all.
All right, Commissioner Matlow, you have the floor. Anything else?
Nothing else. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Commissioner Porter, your time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Do I need to make a formal motion to codify the suggestion that I just raised about a town hall?
Yeah, I think without the Senate, it's a great idea. Motion made by Commissioner Porter to have a town hall on the flock cameras. Commissioner Porter, will you take the lead on that?
Sure.
Excellent. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously. Commissioner Porter, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have just a few items. One is I was wondering if an item could come back to us with any ideas about urban cooling infrastructure. I know that there are probably things we have done or already doing, but so the splash pad would be an example of that. Anything that's using shade or water or ventilation or air for cooling in urban spaces. Obviously, we know that we've had record heat waves. We've all gotten emails, I'm sure, about the splash pad. So I think there's a lot of cities are doing cool things. And I'm sure we're already incorporating some of that in our future design plans, but I would like us to take a deeper dive to see what we're already doing and what we could explore to address the heat wave. That's something that I hear. I am not a parent, so I rely on parents to tell me how we can make Tallahassee even more family-friendly, and that's something I hear a lot, is just how hot it is outside. We have great parks, but more cooling options would be great. So the motion is just an informational item with exploring some of those resources and ideas that are out there.
Commissioner Porter, can I work with you on this one? Because I think you're right. I also think that it's important for the new commission to have a full workshop on our sustainability plan, what we're doing with urban infrastructure, what we're doing with our urban foresters. Yes, we could bring an information item up. I think in December it would be appropriate to have a workshop, a full workshop with the new commission so that there's complete understanding of where we are and where we're going. I would hate to have a workshop without them at this point on this all-important issue. Would you be willing, instead of an information item, to just go ahead and make a motion for a workshop in December?
Sure.
Okay. I'll second it. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously, 5-0. Commissioner Porter, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question. Have we explored a vacant property registration ordinance? And I'll explain where I'm going with that. Obviously, the Wanish Cigar Factory was raised tonight and there's been a lot of discussion about that. And I'm familiar, I've read about mothballing, which for anyone who's unfamiliar is where you take a property that isn't being used and you preserve it and to protect it for its eventual restoration and reuse. There are cities that have mothballing incentive programs that have a vacant property registration. Obviously, none of us want to be in the position that we've been in too many times where a property has fallen into disrepair and there's really either nothing we can do or it's incredibly expensive to restore it for use. So going back to the question, is that something we have explored, a vacant property registration ordinance? Because I think the county has something like that. I don't know details, but in a brief search, it seemed they had something like that.
Mr. Manager, Madam Attorney, correct me if I'm wrong. We have done several analysis and audits of our city-owned property, of if it is vacant, how we can turn it over for housing or for municipal use. Have we done it? That's a good question. Have we done it with private property? Now, obviously, if the property is not maintained to our code and our standard, then there are fines and violations in place. But do we maintain a mothball list, even if they're up to code?
Mr. Mayor, may I?
Sure,
I do think that a couple of years ago, we did discuss and maybe even established a registry for the vacant properties. I haven't looked at it in a couple of years, so I can't speak intelligibly about it at the moment. I have not ever heard of mothballing. I don't know what that means. That's just a new term for me. Is it different from a registry, Commissioner, or?
Yes. Mothballing is just, you don't need the government to do it. Anyone can just do it. It's just securing a property so that it's, so that it can be restored, so that it's not just like open windows, rain's getting in. It just protects it. So they're separate, but they're related. Well, then I'll just make the motion. If we could have an informational item come back with background information on a vacant property registration ordinance, we can just start there if that's acceptable.
And I'll provide a definition of mothballing.
Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Matlow. Bring back a vacant property register mothballing. Am I getting this, Commissioner Porter?
Yeah, I think that the one just information on a vacant property registration ordinance and mothballing programs, and it can include information about what our code enforcement is already doing.
All right, sounds good. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, passes unanimously, 5-0.
And ask a question now that we've passed. I want to ask a question.
Yes, ma'am.
So we're talking about public as well as private?
Yes.
Okay, because at one time we talked about heirs property. You recall? And so I don't know where that falls in this as well.
Which property?
Heir.
Oh.
Yeah, multiple heir.
Oh, yes, heir. Okay.
AGR, I'm sorry.
Okay, that's okay. And that's all for me.
All right, we have nothing else. We are adjourned till 6 o'clock till the public hearing.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's 6:04 in the evening. I apologize for running a couple of minutes late for the public hearing, for those of you that have been waiting. 1601 is a quasi-judicial proceeding. I am going to turn it over to make sure we do everything by the book to Lou Norvell, the city attorney, who has been taking the point on this issue. Mr. Norvell, I'm going to ask you to please walk us through the process, walk us through the presentations, walk us through any motions that you may or may not need from us during this hearing, and then how do we close it out, okay?
Yes, sir. So, Mr. Mayor, this is a public hearing concerning the enforcement of the Southwood DRI development order. There's a link in the agenda in the board doc system containing the disclosures of any ex parte communications. The city has issued notices of violations to the St. Joe Company and NextGen Family Group for violation of the development order. As a preliminary matter, we have assembled a set of documents which include St. Joe's notice of extension, correspondence involving St. Joe, NextGen, and the city, the notices of violation, the 11th and 12th
development order, executive orders issued by the governor, and also agenda items. We've marked these documents as the city's composite exhibit number 1, and we ask that you would include these documents in the record of today's proceedings.
Got it. Sounds good. Any questions on the proceedings? All right. Norvell.
Continuing on housekeeping, I also ask that you include today's agenda item and the attachments as part of the record, and we'll designate those as the city's composite exhibit number 2.
Okay.
We will have now presentations. We have representatives of the 3 parties that are present, the city, St. Joe, and NextGen. So we start off with a presentation from staff, and I understand that John Reddick will offer that presentation.
All righty. Mr. Reddick, good to see you.
Good to see you, Mayor and Commissioners. Thank you. I will just give us a brief overview of where we have been most recently and where we're at now this evening. As you'll recall from the July 6th hearing, that was the resolution that was brought before you there and for consideration was focused on the Orange Avenue extension, the parcel owned by NextGen Family LLC, but also considering St. Joe to be party to that violation. Following that hearing, what we've done is expanded this enforcement action to 145 additional acres. 145 additional acres carrying north of Old St. Augustine Road to include all of the parcels that include where the Biltmore Avenue extension is supposed to be built. So that is the additional area you've seen in your agenda materials, and it's Exhibit A and the resolution that's been brought before you, and depicted here in purple. And you'll see in this, what you've seen here, the shaded area around it is just a general boundary of most of the Southwood DRI. The development order within the Southwood DRI includes a schedule of internal roadway improvements, which includes Orange Avenue extension requiring to be completed by December 31st, 2025. As we know, that has not occurred, and this is the owner of this property, NextGen Family Group LLC, has been found to be in violation of that requirement. Additionally, the Biltmore Avenue extension between Orange Avenue and Appalachian Parkway was required to start construction on December 31st, 2025, and have construction completed by December 31st, 2026. And we've found that construction has not started on that segment of Biltmore Avenue. So the Biltmore Avenue extension that we're discussing is on properties owned by both NextGen Family LLC and St. Joe Company. The development order states that for any violations, the enforcement action is to be taken in the DRI tract or portion of the tract in which the violations occurred. Our resolution we've brought before you and looking at these 2 segments is focused on the portions of those tracts where the unfinished roadways are existing. So, for example, for Orange Avenue, this is focusing on that last bit from Biltmore Avenue to Southwood Plantation Road. I do understand there's suggestions of including 2 additional parcels that I've added here in orange. Our reasoning for not including that in how we interpreted the development order was, again, to look at the portions of the tract where those violations had occurred rather than an expansive view. For example, those parcels that are in orange there are fronting portions of Orange Avenue that had been completed up to the standard that was expected for the DRI and its requirements. But certainly, as the body here, you have the authority and discretion to provide alternative direction. So Mr. Norvell, am I forgetting anything in this?
I don't have anything else.
All right. Thank you. Available for questions.
So, Mr. Mayor, if that concludes the city's presentation, we have Gary Hunter and I'm sorry, questions.
All right. Do we have Commissioner Porter? You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have one question. Could we go back to that slide with the map? So what are the parcel IDs in orange?
Sure. I would tell you what, I'll have to read those aloud to you if that's okay, as cumbersome as that is. I don't think we have them presented here. That's the correct slide there. The orange, let's see, the two slides in orange, I'll say one parcel ID is 311-020-014-0000, and the second parcel ID is 311-020-012-0000.
That's all for me, Mr. Mayor.
Sounds good. All right, Mr. Norvell.
So, Mr. Mayor, if there are no further questions for staff, we have Gary Hunter and Robert Volpe here on behalf of St. Joe. If we can recognize Mr. Hunter for St. Joe's presentation.
Mr. Hunter.
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners, staff. Good to see you all. Sorry that I'm here under these circumstances. Gary Hunter, for the record, on behalf of the St. Joe Company, 119 South Monroe Street, Suite 500, Tallahassee. Listen, I'm going to stick to a script so that I'm civil, because this, candidly, I don't think we should be here, St. Joe being the we. St. Joe spent the last 3 decades, literally 30 years, working with the City of Tallahassee to build Southwood, and has done a tremendous job of doing so, to the point that the city has recognized that. They've had 0 disagreements with the City of Tallahassee over 30 years of building, candidly, one of the finest developments, not just in the City of Tallahassee or even in the state of Florida, but in the country. And for whatever reason, I'm not going to attribute cause, but for whatever reason, in February of this year, y'all had a discussion about the issue of Orange Avenue principally, and then ultimately led to the discussion on Biltmore Avenue, concerning whether they were timely in their construction, or not of those roads. I would say St. Joe has acted in every sense, in every effort in working with the city through this to get to a resolution that works for all of us. And to date, here we are at a 3rd enforcement hearing related to these very issues, and it's unfortunate. And candidly, I think we all of us, maybe me included and my client included, can do better than be in an enforcement hearing dealing with these issues when we've been attempting to work it out. Let me address a little bit about the history of why we're here. Despite the notices of violation from the city, which obviously we disagree with, I think this history is appropriate. And recall in March of this year, actually in February, y'all had your unnoticed public discussion. It came up in a later part of this commission member discussion on an unrelated St. Joe matter of perhaps sanctioning St. Joe for their failure to construct Orange Avenue and ultimately Biltmore. It's complicated because, as you all know, St. Joe doesn't own the land under which Orange Avenue extension currently sits, or the Biltmore extension. I can show you, actually I've got exhibits here that I think y'all can put up. All right, so the principal piece we're talking about is Orange Avenue out to, I can't make my thing go the right direction, out to Southwood Plantation Road, where it says Next Gen Family Group.
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Porter?
Thank you. Can you speak in the microphone, please?
I'm sorry, Commissioner. Thank you. Where it goes out to Southwood Plantation Road. And the issue, all of that land south of Old St. Augustine, literally all of the land in purple with the blue lake in the middle of it, is owned by Next Gen Family Group. St. Joe is presently in litigation with Next Gen Family Group because we didn't realize we sold them, or St. Joe's position is we didn't intend to sell them all of the land at issue there. Certainly, we intended to sell them the area between Orange Avenue and Old St. Augustine Road. They have intentions to develop that piece. The parcel south of Orange Avenue and the Orange Avenue extension was not intended to be sold, and so that's what the litigation's over. And until that litigation is resolved, the city can bring an enforcement case, and you can say, St. Joe, you're in violation, but the city is well aware that St. Joe's prepared to go build the road today. They would go build the road today. We've told you that, and I mean that. If I need to sign something with the city attorney saying we'll do that, we'll do that. We cannot build that road until we have the ownership, or the city has the ownership of that right-of-way. We thought, and when I say we, I mean the city and St. Joe thought, working through NextGen, with NextGen through the spring, through March and April and May, that we would secure that right-of-way. Either the city would secure it or St. Joe would secure it, and we would be able to go build the road, which we had still have every intention to do. By the way, and I say that, we will go build the road. However, my position is legally we aren't required to build the road. Today, by virtue of the state emergency declaration, we have an extension that still exists, by the way. The governor just extended that last week, not on our request, but it's just been extended and extended and extended from the tornado event in 2024. And so because of that extension, it's our position that those obligations, Orange Avenue extension and Biltmore, haven't yet been triggered. But despite the extension, we're prepared to go build Orange Avenue. And I stand here today telling you all we're prepared to go build Orange Avenue. We cannot do that until the city and or St. Joe works out with NextGen a way to get title to that roadway. We're not going to go, and I know y'all wouldn't ask us to, and y'all wouldn't yourselves, go build a roadway on property you weren't permitted to go build a roadway on. And that's the position in which we currently find ourselves. And so, you know, the real issue ultimately is, you know, what's the city's intent? I mean, if your intent is to litigate with St. Joe, then continue this enforcement proceeding, because that's what's going to happen. And I'm not saying that this is a threat. I'm seriously, because I don't want it to happen. And as a lawyer who gets paid money to litigate, I'm telling you, it isn't in the city's best interest or my client's best interest that that's where we end up. But if the city wishes to say that roadway should be built now, then guess what? We got to go litigate with the city. We're litigating now with the owner of the roadway to get access back to build the road. We'll just dismiss that case and litigate with the city over whether there's an obligation to build the roadway at all presently because of the statute, the extension by virtue of the emergency declaration that we argue exists. Or alternatively, we can work, and we're willing to continue to work in good faith with the city to either finish our litigation with NextGen and get access to go build the roadway, which again, we're prepared to do as soon as we have the right to go do it. Or the city can, the city has options as well. One of those options, of course, is eminent domain proceedings where you could, and I suggested this to the city attorney 3 months or so ago, where y'all would have the land today, and we would go then build the road. And by the way, the issue of whether NextGen owns that property or St. Joe owns that property remains in court. If St. Joe owns that property, the city owes nothing for the dirt because we're not asking you to pay for the dirt. I don't even know that NextGen's asking you to pay for the dirt, but NextGen, to date at least, they're here so they can speak for themselves, to date at least, has not indicated a willingness to provide that access so that the roadway can go get built. I think a simple solution would be that. NextGen agreed to provide access, to provide the right-of-way for that road to the city of Tallahassee. St. Joe goes and, we've been designing the road. The road's designed. We've had an engineering firm, Moorbass, has designed the road basically ready to submit to the city staff. City staff has seen the roadway design, provided comments on the roadway design in a preliminary context. subject, of course, to us being able to move forward to develop, build the road. And so, part of this is very frustrating to me because we're sitting up here arguing over, I think, a common desire, at least from the city and St. Joe, which is to get Orange Avenue extension developed. And my fear is that this process of an enforcement is going to lead us to litigate, and that road, when we do that, and again, this isn't a threat to y'all, this is just a fact of where we stand. When we do that, the result's going to be, I don't know how long litigation takes. I mean, I do know how long litigation takes. I've been doing it for the last 36 years, but I don't know how long this particular case will take. But suffice it to say, it'll take longer than resolving the issue, I would hope, with NextGen so that we could go build the road in Southwood. And again, we're prepared to do it. However, and I say this for St. Joe, from my client's perspective, if we end up in litigation with the city, that's fine. We'll litigate with the city. We don't want to, but we will. And we're not building that road. We will not build that road until a judge tells us, an appellate court tells us we have to build that road. And I don't know when that'll be. And again, I don't say that as a threat. I just say that as a condition of where we presently stand. And I stand here hoping, sincerely hoping, that we, at least the city and St. Joe, can reach an agreement on moving forward in attempting to get the road from NextGen, so that the right-of-way from NextGen, so that we can proceed to do what y'all want us to do, which is to build the road. Let me, for the record, because this is a quasi-judicial proceeding, I need to add a few additional things that typically I wouldn't add, and say that, first, I think the fact that we're even here is a violation of St. Joe's due process rights. The city has taken a position on this since at least March, probably arguably February, but certainly since at least March, that has been adverse to my client. The city commission, sitting as a judicial body, which you're doing today in a quasi-judicial hearing, is not an impartial body on this. You're just not. You've ignored our request to extend this matter repeatedly on the premise that I've suggested today. You've made statements at public meetings, including most recently in July, where specifically you postponed that July hearing so that you could sanction St. Joe in addition to NextGen. And so these proceedings have been geared toward the issue of imposing sanctions against my client. And so I think from a due process perspective, y'all are the wrong body to do that. Let me further say that, and I said this briefly earlier, and I'll try to be brief, though I'm never brief, as I at least intend to be, that we are in compliance with the state law. If you read section 252.363 parentheses 1, that that's the provision of state law that provides for extensions for emergency declarations. It provides an extension for build-out dates in a DRI development order specifically, and it provides an extension date on commencement and completion dates of any required mitigation within that development of regional impact. And the improvements that we're talking about, Biltmore Avenue, Orange Avenue extension, and Biltmore Avenue ultimately, are designed to lessen or eliminate the impacts from Southwood. So they're mitigation. Your code defines them as mitigation. The City of Tallahassee code defines those roadways as mitigation. And the city has acknowledged, by the way, in June of 2024, at a commission agenda package, you said to allow, this is in quotes, to allow the preservation of roadway capacity on Capitol Circle and Southeast and Appalachia Parkway, that the internal improvements would accomplish that. And so your most recent position that those are somehow driveway-like improvements, I mean, seriously, the fact that I'm up here trying to rebut that, it is somewhat laughable. I mean, the Orange Avenue extension is a driveway improvement, a bifurcated two-lane, ultimately four-lane roadway out to to St. Joe, to the St. Joe Plantation Road, and to, it's just not even worth addressing candidly. And so the bottom line is, in my position, sanctions are inappropriate. The city lacks the authority because there hasn't been a violation yet, and St. Joe isn't in default on any of the deadlines that are at issue in this proceeding. And I would ask finally, just procedurally, that if the city determines that there's a violation and proceeds to go forward with whatever remedies that you think are appropriate, see those suggested on this exhibit, all that purple area preventing development within that land. I would ask on behalf of my client that you stay that decision to the extent you make it, pending us filing an appeal, because we would intend to do so at circuit court ultimately, and to the appellate court as necessary. But I mean, again, I'll close by saying my sincere hope, and I'm here to answer questions and address this any way y'all would like for me to address it, that suggesting that sanctions against St. Joe doesn't get the city where you want to get. Yes. And I say that with the best of intentions. I mean, we're prepared to build the road, but we can't do it until either y'all own it or we own it. And we're trying our best. I filed a lawsuit back in June against NextGen to address this issue. I would hope that resolution of that lawsuit isn't necessary, that somehow we can work out with NextGen the right to go build the road, even if the issue of the ownership of that land south of Orange Avenue isn't resolved, that at least the right-of-way area could get resolved so we could go build the road, which, again, as I noted, we're prepared to do. I'm happy to answer any of your questions. I appreciate y'all listening to me, indulging me for taking longer than I probably should have, but this is an important matter to my client, and a client, by the way, again, who's worked with the City of Tallahassee for 3 decades in a positive way. And it's unfortunate that we're here on these terms, on this issue. Thank you all.
Excellent. Questions for Mr. Hunter? Next presentation.
So, Mr. Mayor, NextGen Family Group is also a respondent to the notice of violation. We have a representative of NextGen Family Group, Mr. Chandra Malangi. If we can recognize Mr. Malangi for some comments on behalf of NextGen Family Group.
My name is Chandra Malangi. I live in Tallahassee, Florida. Mr. Mayor and all commissioners, thank you again for allowing me to speak tonight on behalf of NextGen Family Group. I wanted to reiterate every time, I know for all these hearings I have been saying, NextGen is willing to cooperate in any possible way. We have worked on, as you know now, earlier we have always been talking about Orange Avenue, but we brought up, because the Biltmore Avenue also is part of the DRI, I have been asking everybody to kind of address that as well, so we don't come back to this session again later on in a few years or whenever it is possible. As you all know, the case is being filed and is being worked with the court. I also want to bring up another thing. Obviously, I think we were not aware of this one. This is important for me. The original roadway agreement, you see this here. I'm sure, I think all of these, there was a bunch of paperwork here. This was signed between the mayor and St. Joe, saying that Orange Avenue and the I think the Biltmore also will be built by St. Joe. This has been executed. We have not actually, NextGen did not negotiate that agreement with the city. NextGen did not sign that agreement, then did not agree to construct any of the road. I don't know why I think we are being punished, being are obligated to do anything on our, way. We are not asking. We have the court. We have the case has been filed at the court. We are not asking to decide the lawsuit now here at this hearing, but I'm asking the commission not to prejudge the lawsuit. The court determines who owns the property, then I think that will take time. My request is we are not supposed to be punished in any way possible. We know we are part of this DRI, but we did not sign any of the document or anything that city could actually hold account for. We obviously, you all know, you get the liability, and we don't get to ask about the benefits. The city believes those obligations run with the land, then the legal mechanism that makes to show as well. We have given a lot of benefits, and lots. There are so many monetary value as well to St. Joe to build all of these, and we are not supposed to do or obligated to do anything. And we ask that we don't want to be punished for anything doing the right thing. We are ready to work with everybody. We would like to see. I have offered both city and St. Joe that we are ready to give the land, that the Biltmore as well as the Orange Avenue access. But we have been told that we are only working with Orange Avenue. We don't want to work with Biltmore several times. I'm here to say that Biltmore and Orange Avenue, we are ready to give access if St. Joe is planned to build.
Questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
So,
Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Norvell.
if there are no questions, I understand we have a number of public speakers on this item.
How many speakers do we have, Jim?
I think we have a dozen.
Okay, let's begin.
Right. Our first speaker is PJ Perez, followed by Liz Miller. Again, speakers will have 3 minutes for remarks with a heads up from me and a yellow light at 2.5.
Name and address for the record, please.
Good evening, Commissioners, Mr. Mayor, 32301. My name is PJ Perez, and I'm a candidate for City Commission C3. I'm here to speak on behalf of the people of Southwood. Families in Southwood have been asked to drive on unsafe roads and forced to accept St. Joe's breezing past the New Year's Eve 2025 deadline to fix Orange and Biltmore Avenues. The Orange Avenue extension specifically looks like it's about to wash away. It shouldn't have to take the residents of Southwood to compile 500 petitions for action to be taken on their behalf. The developers won't do the right thing and are more comfortable in the courtroom. Southwood residents shouldn't have to wait out a private lawsuit to be safe on their own streets. Now, a new developer, D.R. Horton, is set to take over some road building duties from St. Joe, but there's a catch. It lets D.R. Horton keep building homes no matter what happens with Orange and Biltmore, the road St. Joe already promised. If you approve without conditions, you're telling every developer in Southwood, go ahead and miss your deadline. Sue somebody. Keep selling homes anyway. Nothing changes. There is even an emergency injunctive relief hearing on Tuesday in Circuit Court as St. Joe seeks to stop the Commission's justified sanctions against them. Risk of a lawsuit describes every enforcement action the city ever takes against a well-resourced developer. And treating it as reason not to enforce your own contract sets a standard no developer would ever be held to. The residents of Southwood feel helpless, and it seems like the senior city staff are working against the neighborhood to stack the deck in support of the developer. This situation requires emergency action by our local government. Feels like the city should step in, make this road safe, and charge the owners. If they have to wait for these lawsuits to conclude, taxpayers will be dead and buried by the time Southwood gets the roads that were promised. Thank you.
The next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Liz Miller, followed by Bob Wickham.
Name and address for the record, please.
Liz Miller, 2540 Lantana Lane in Southwood. So I want to start by saying I do agree with Mr. Hunter that Southwood is beautiful and I love living there. This is my Lizism. I did a little bit of research and I'm just kind of here to talk about the delays. So please don't allow St. Joe to formally transfer any of their developments to any other builder in order to avoid sanctions. Please don't get caught up in the transfer of the sale of the responsibility to fix the road. Please don't consider the emergency order for the 2-year extension. It's my understanding that St. Joe has not had any problems building since the tornadoes anywhere else. It just appears to me that this has gotten really complicated, and it's gotten a lot bigger than the 900 feet. At the end of the day, as I said when I was here in the spring, it's extremely dangerous. I can't imagine that we sent kids back to school on that road. I really thought it was going to be fixed this summer. It was not. So I'm here to ask you, the city, to fix the road and bill whoever, whenever, do your lawsuits, do all that stuff. But I do, at this point, think it's the city's responsibility to us as residents to provide a safe road, and that's what I'm asking. So, thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Bob Wickham. Bob Wickham, followed by Graham Elliott.
Good evening. Bob Wickham, 3295 Salinger Way. It's in the extreme southeast corner of Southwood. I often use Biltmore and Orange Avenue, so I travel that way often. I assume you've seen the current pictures of the potholes on Orange Avenue. They're quite large, dangerous. It's a safety issue. Not just that someone might ruin the suspension of their vehicle, they might actually be killed. If you can't force St. Joe or NextGen to repair, and you can't repair this yourself, then I would suggest you close that section of Orange Avenue. Just block it off. Install warning signs, that's another option. You could hire a police officer to stand there 24/7 and direct traffic. But it's a dangerous thing and needs to be addressed. My main concern, though, is Biltmore. I was going to take a photo so you could see like the potholes. I was going to take a picture of the work that's been done on Biltmore Avenue, but there's nothing there to photograph. The first bush or tree has not been plowed under. There's no right-of-way signs. There's no hint that there was anything at all that has been done on that part of the road. Should have been well underway. I think it probably will take 5 years before we see anything on that piece of the road. So I'm asking you to fully enforce the Southwood Development Order. Should include all the undeveloped properties. Thank you.
Our next speaker, please.
Graham Elliott, and then John Ray.
Name and address for the record, please.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, thank you for the work you do. Graham Elliott, 3984 Grove Park Drive. We've been there about 9 years. As Liz said, wonderful place to live. Interesting for me to see how legal minds are linear, how logical minds are flexible. The attorney for St. Joe said they were attempting to solve this, and I wonder, where were you 20 years ago? Where were you 10 years ago? Where were you 5 years ago? Where were you 2 years ago? This is not about now, this is about then. So I wanted to let you know that this is not the first time for those of us that live in Southwood. There was a siding issue when construction was done by Arvida, the St. Joe construction company. They installed siding on 220 townhomes in a faulty manner. It rather soon came apparent, leakage, blistering, and so on. It took St. Joe 15 years to get an engineer in there. We ended up paying $38,000 each. We added some windows to it as well, and it was a satisfactory conclusion. But because of St. Joe dragging its feet, there were people who had attempted to retire and live out their retirement in St. Joe, had to sell up and move away. I thought that was quite cruel. It's a form of corrupt behavior. I don't want to write that word too big, but we cannot allow people to ride roughshod over others, which I think is what is happening. I've worked for the United Nations in China. Everybody in China, when they speak to you, looks over both shoulders before they answer. I've lived 12 years in Saudi Arabia. We know what an authoritarian state there is. We cannot allow these little nipples of corruption to get into our society. I thank you for what you do, and I thank you for bringing in some sanity and some solution.
Next speaker, please.
Speaker is John Ray. He'll be followed by Chuck Urban.
Name and address for the record, please.
John Ray, 3639 Mossy Creek Lane, beautiful community of Southwood. I'm a 20-year volunteer of the neighborhood, and we're here because we love our community. I bring a picture every time, real-time picture of Orange Avenue, a mammoth, gargantuan pothole. Watched a car with kids in it bottom out yesterday. Took this picture this morning. I had to pull over the side of the road to make sure that this school bus going to Conley had a place to drive safely. This is insane, and we all know it's insane. Unlike the St. Joe lawyer, I know why we're here. And I know what happened. I know why we're here. This parcel of land in 2022 was sold to Next Gen Family Group, and they were not aware of any of these obligations. Additionally, it was a mistaken sale. This happened in 2022. Fast forward to 2026, St. Joe said, you know what, we should do something about that faulty sale. That tells you everything you need to know as to whether or not this was a priority or not for them. They were very comfortable with that land being owned by somebody else, faulty or not, so that they could have the deniability and non-accountability. So we are here today because that land is in no man's land. Nobody's responsible for it. It absolutely, we're stuck. There are 2 lawsuits associated with that property. And by the way, St. Joe's lawyer says they might sue the city. Well, no, they actually have sued the city. You were served a complaint just a few weeks ago. The lawsuits are going on. This is what's going to happen. We're not going to get this road anytime soon. And it's not because we rang the bell. It's because St. Joe was a poor steward of that right-of-way. They had a responsibility as our master developer to take care that that obligation could be met and constructed. You simply cannot sell a piece of land and say, I'm done with it. They're on the hook. They're responsible. So, what do we do next? We are here to apply sanctions. That's what the development order says. That's all we're asking you to do.
You're at 30 seconds remaining.
The sanctions resolution, once again, that you've been issued, sanctions one party, Next Gen Family Group, for Orange Avenue. Doesn't sanction St. Joe at all for their failure to build Orange Avenue. And that is our priority. I encourage you to add the 2 additional parcels to the resolution and submit the findings of fact. Last request. It's an emergency. Go fix this road. This is a life safety issue.
You're at 3 minutes.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Chuck Urban. Chuck Urban, then Michael Glantz.
Name and address for the record, please.
Hello, Chuck Urban, 3670 Mossy Creek Lane in Southwood, and also 3750, we own the golf course as well, 3750 Grove Park Drive. I'm not going to say anything that obviously hasn't been said already, so I'm going to keep it short, but it does sound as though you do have some options at your disposal, such as eminent domain. You could do that and fix the road and or give St. Joe the ability to fix the road, but if you don't want to do that, I would suggest highly of putting meaningful sanctions on St. Joe, not just for Orange Avenue, but the parcels that are attached to that and do have some valid purpose on St. Joe. I mean, on Orange Avenue, East Orange Avenue, but it has become really, really unsafe. You know, that road has been deteriorating for years. There has been no maintenance done on that road, if you want to call it a road. It is very small. You know, to avoid these potholes, you either have to veer off the road because there is no curbing. Normal streets have curbing and sidewalks. This does not. Or you have to veer into an oncoming traffic lane. It is completely unsafe, and we ask that you just sanction St. Joe. If you cannot do condemnation or eminent domain, then sanction St. Joe and all the parcels that are attached. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Michael Glantz, followed by Mary Alice David.
Name and address for the record.
Yes, Michael Glantz, 3781 Chanticleer Court in Southwood, 10-year resident, also a recently elected supervisor on the CDD, Southwood CDD, seat 3. I want to start by saying thank you to y'all for listening to us again. I wish we didn't have to go through this. I think there are reasons we are going through this, I'll get to in a moment, but I do want to take the time to say thank you. This is how government works, and we're a part of it. We want to be a part of the solution, as I know you guys do as well. Just a brief note, it's been a great Southwood summer, okay? We've got houses going up every day, it seems like. We're just adding to the problem. We've got a great golf course with new owners that's being essentially completely redone and rejuvenated. It's beautiful. We had the 4th of July event with fireworks, and we welcome people from outside of the community all the time to use our parks. And I invite everybody who can hear this, please go out there. Take the time to drive the road we're talking about, and you'll know how ridiculous it is. That being said, I want to get to the real meat of what I would like to see happen, which is A, meaningful sanctions against St. Joe, and enforcement of the DO, the development order. I would also urge you guys to think about the concept of building the road, working on the roads yourselves, and if it means you've got to get reimbursed by St. Joe, I think that is an avenue that you guys can explore. I'm not the expert on that. I'm certainly not a lawyer. But I do want to take the time to say something to the representative sitting behind me from St. Joe. And basically, all I want to say is wow. Wow. I've been coming here since February. The only meeting I missed was the July meeting, and that's because I was out of town. Wow. Here we are dealing with delays that are 100% created by St. Joe. Not by us, not by you guys. The litigation is created by St. Joe. It's due to their malfeasance, not ours. We're not the ones who put the wrong thing in a document in a deed. We're not the ones who went to the court seeking this relief to further extend the pain that we're going through. And I will say, yes, I do feel threatened. Southwood feels threatened. You know why? Because we have that garbage street that our kids have to play on, ride their bikes on. I'm worried somebody's gonna be on a motorcycle or on, these new e-bikes and not know the road and hit one of those potholes and get severely injured. I'm really worried about that. And I've said from the first time I was here, this is not a complicated issue. This is a very simple issue. It's about Party A saying they're going to do something and not doing it. And if you guys have one job here, it's to make them do it. And you have the authority to do it. You can do it by enforcing the GO, and you can do it by providing meaningful sanctions. Thank you.
Our next speaker, please.
Mary Alice David. Next will be Jennifer Green.
Name and address for the record, please.
Mary Alice David. I'm at 3234 Salinger Way in Tallahassee in Southwood. I've lived there for 21 years. I want to say thank you to you for taking this issue up. As you can see, the citizens of Southwood we do not have the power to do this. I mean, the two parties can argue all they want. In the meantime, we don't have a safe road. And I appreciate you as this body being able to enforce something and help us. And I appreciate that. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Jennifer Green, then Lisa Alcorn.
Name and address for the record, please.
Mr. Mayor, Jennifer Green, 3093 Hugo Lane. I'm not here to point fingers. Listen to a whole lot. I do that for a living across the street. I'm here as a resident. I've never testified on behalf of myself, so hate being in this position. But I've been a resident of Southwood since 2006, and I own 3 properties there. I served on the Southwood HOA. It was recently turned over by the developer, so over 22 years, 20 years, 21 years. 5 of us that sat on that board, you know what we dealt with? We dealt with the siding issue. We dealt with people in tears because of what happened. And I won't, again, I'm not pointing fingers, I'm giving you some facts here, but what happened with commitments from St. Joe that were not fulfilled. I'm also a candidate for, I guess, a glutton for punishment for the CDD, seat 5, and I'm very happy to see Mr. Glantz here because this is an issue that affects all of us. I'm looking to the City Commission for a solution. We can all complain, come up here and wear you all out and call you and email you and say, hey, do something, but it's up to you to be able to deal with this issue. I don't have kids, so I don't have kids that I'm taking down Orange Avenue to school, but when I do cut back out that way, I get a little nervous. I get a lot nervous. This is not a new issue for Southwood at all. Many of us, again, I've been there 20 years, many of us had commitments made to us when we were sold our homes about what things would look like. This seems like a really simple issue, and I'm sorry it is where it is at this point, but certainly hoping that you all, as the City Commission, please help us on this. Thank you, sir.
Right, next speaker, please.
Lisa Alcorn is our next speaker, and then Tom Durzpolski.
Name and address for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Lisa Alcorn, and I live at 3571 Mossy Creek Lane. And I've been a resident of Southwood for a little over 12 years, and the prior 3 years I was the HOA president for Southwood. I have been here to City Hall. I've spoken to all of you multiple times on this issue. This is not anything new. It just continues. We appreciate all the time all of you have taken to hear us as residents. I know many of you have gone out and actually driven the road, seen the road, talked to other residents of Southwood, and you know how bad the road is. I can tell you it's gotten even worse if you haven't been out there recently. What we're asking is that you continue to support the residents of Southwood. This is not a new topic. This is not a new issue. It has been going on for years, and we are just encountering delay after delay after delay. Yeah. And please continue supporting the residents of Southwood. I mean, I can't say any more other than thank you for the support that you've shown us over the years, and please continue supporting us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Tom Durzpolski.
Name and address for the record, please.
My name is Tom Durzpolski. I live at 2115 Trescott Drive. Listen, as a candidate for office, seat 3, it takes you all over the community, and you have a real intimate opportunity to sit on front porches and talk to neighbors. And unmistakably, the number one issue that comes up in Southwood, and I think I've knocked on every door, and I got probably a few more if I miss somebody, is this situation. And what's frustrating about it is it appears to the community that there's, rules for thee, but not for me. There's always an exception for the developer. It always gets tangled up in legal mumbo jumbo. But what we know as citizens and as neighbors is it's really pretty simple. There's an obligation, there's a promise made, there's a development order, and it needs to be kept. So I would encourage you to pursue all legal actions and not be afraid to stand up for the neighbors of Southwood, to recognize that they're the people that sent you here to sit in these seats and make these difficult decisions. Since 2012, this first came up in a newsletter, and it continues to plague this community. I've been to the road as recently as yesterday, and it is a dangerous situation. I'm not an attorney, but I did sleep at a Holiday Inn Express last night, and I found out that the Florida Attorney General has already specifically concluded that because this is a safety issue, tomorrow afternoon or morning, our Streets and Drainage Division could be in there fixing this for those school children moving up and down that street. So I'd encourage you to enforce a development order and direct the city manager to direct that division to get out there and make that a safe environment for our neighbor. And don't feel intimidated by all the parties that are involved. Don't overcomplicate this. These are your neighbors and the people that you represent, and they need to know that there are no exceptions. It doesn't matter how big the company is or how small you feel as a resident. And when you come before your elected officials, you are standing equally at this podium, and you will be heard. Thank you.
The next speaker, please.
That was the final speaker I have for this item, Mayor.
All right, do we have anybody else here that has not had a chance to fill out a speaker form that'd like to speak on this issue? Come on up. Yes, sir. Name and address for the record. Please just fill out a speaker card after the fact and turn it into the clerk's office.
I apologize because I'm the community manager for the Southwood HOA. Kevin Eason. I live at 2601 Killarney Way here in Tallahassee. The only thing I noticed was the answer to the whole problem. Mr. Hunter from St. Joe said they're willing to pave the road, and NextGen said they were willing to cooperate with St. Joe. So it sounds like we've got the solution here. All they've got to do is sign something. I heard Mr. Hunter say he would sign it, and NextGen wants to cooperate. So where's the issue? Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Make sure you fill out a speaker card. Anybody else? All right, Mr. Attorney.
All right, so Mr. Mayor, the city has noticed two separate violations for tonight's public hearing. The first one is the Orange Avenue extension. The second one is the Biltmore Avenue extension. For both of the violations, the City Commission will determine whether or not there was a violation, and if there's a finding of violation, will identify the property where the violation occurred. If there's a finding of violation and identification of property, the result will be a resolution issued by this body, and there will be a suspension of permitting on the property where the violation occurred. Attached to your agenda item is a draft resolution finding a violation both as to Orange Avenue as to Biltmore, and identifying the property in violation as that property that encompasses the intended roadway segments. But at this point, we are just in commission deliberation.
Excellent. All right, I'm going to start us off here in a second. PJ, Tom, welcome to the chambers. If this is how it's going to be for the next 2 months where our candidates are speaking on every issue, welcome. I haven't seen either one of you in these chambers speaking before, and it's good to have you here. I say that because I don't want this to become a political issue and become the big campaign fodder. I'm not really interested in pointing fingers and trying to figure out the past. We need to figure out what's going on right now and how to move forward. This is what I am proposing, colleagues, and I'd like to start discussion here. Dr. Jumaville, as Deputy City Manager, we're going to do something I've never done in 8 years of being mayor. I'm going to make a motion and hopefully get a second that we get out and do emergency repairs as the City of Tallahassee immediately, starting tomorrow. We fix potholes, we fix roads, we repave. I want it done tomorrow. I want it started tomorrow, immediately. I want you to keep track of every single penny spent on fixing that road in an emergency situation so that when we do figure out who's responsible for this, they're going to reimburse the city. At the same time, part of my motion is to begin eminent domain proceedings immediately, not just for the road, but for the entire parcel. I want to take the parcel, I want to pave the road, I want to take that land and turn it into a park, and we'll put it in Parks and Recreation. We need space, definitely. And if the family of NextGen doesn't like that, well, get your act together, come to the city, let's sign some documents, and let's figure out how to make this happen. Otherwise, there is a public purpose. We can condemn it. We will take it through eminent domain, and we will get the road taken care of. My motion is for emergency repairs starting tomorrow morning and to begin the eminent domain process immediately. Second. Look, all this legal stuff that's going on, y'all are going to solve this long after I'm gone. It's not going to be solved in 2 months unless everybody starts dropping your lawsuits and pointing fingers. My job is to get the road paved and get the emergency repairs done immediately. Best of luck solving the legal aspects, but I want to start emergency repairs tomorrow, and I want to start eminent domain proceedings immediately. That's my motion.
I'd second the motion.
Seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. Open it up for comment. Commissioner Diane Williams-Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't know where to begin because we keep coming, it's like Groundhog Day. And like the gentleman said, St. Joe has agreed, Next Gen has agreed, what's the problem? I'm trying to figure that out as well because we've been here for months. So I'm with you, Mayor. Let's get the road fixed, fix the issue so that children can get to school safe, people are not being harmed, because then someone is going to be held liable for a loss of life or what have you, it could happen there. I did not like the picture of that school bus having to navigate the road to get kids to school safely. That's not cool in no neighborhood. But Mr. Hunter, I listened to you say we're ready to build a road. We're ready to build a road. Well, let's build it. If you build it, they will come. So now what's about to happen, because I agree with the mayor, let's fix the road, and y'all figure out, but meantime, you're gonna pay for it, and you're gonna have to pay for everything that occurs in order to make this road safe. And hopefully it would be less than it would be if we lost a child's life or a life on that road. As I've always said, and this goes for you too, Mr. Next Gen, get it together, because the citizens of Southwood, they deserve what they were promised. And all of this wrangling back and forth and what the governor said, the governor is about to leave office. So that's not going to help us. There's going to be a new governor who may have different ideas. But we have been talking about this long enough to at least have gone out there and fixed the potholes. We've been talking about this long enough to at least you have a design. It's been designed. So all we need to do is build it. So now you have a design. The city's going to go out there and do what needs to be done. That design may or may not work, but you're going to pay for it. You know, this is not going to be like the wall. We're going to build a wall and somebody else going to pay for it. We're going to build a street and somebody is going to pay for it, or there will be a price to pay. I'm frustrated and I'm tired of this circle that we're on. And you're right, we shouldn't be here. We're here because St. Joe ignored the request of the neighbors. And so they came here for relief. We should not have to do this. We didn't make an agreement with Southwood. St. Joe did. Next Gen, you walked into it, whether you walked in blindly or however you walked in, and you've been knowing for months too now that something needs to be done. So it's time to do it. It's just time to fix this road so that people can be safe. I have driven it. I've been out there. It's not good. So we've got to make it good, and then you guys are going to have to pay for it. So, you know, that's my part, Mr. Mayor. I haven't changed from what I've said in the beginning. We've given ample time to build this, to fix what needs to be done to build this. So now the citizens are correct. We are going to have to go do it, get our staff to go do it, and then bill you. It's just that simple.
Motion's on the table made by the mayor to begin emergency repairs as soon as possible, hopefully tomorrow, on the road and the potholes, and to begin the eminent domain process immediately, not just on the road, but on the entire parcel. And to move forward from there, seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. Look, I wish it was so simple. You got somebody saying they want to sell, another somebody saying they want to. We've been hearing this for 7 months. Yeah. So I think it's just time for us to get out, fix the road, public safety first and foremost. First and foremost, public safety. Fix the road, okay? And then move forward with eminent domain. Keep it as a park. I'm sure the neighbors would love to have another open space park down there. Or Chuck, hey, we can work with the country club, build a little 9-hole executive course down there or something. That's going to happen well after this commission is here and you'll have a new commission and a new mayor. But we got to fix the road. That's the goal. And we got to make sure that we're moving forward. And I think that the way that we move forward right now is through eminent domain. Okay, we'll just go down the list. Mayor Pro Tem, Commissioner Matlow, Commissioner Porter, and then we'll take a vote and we'll go from there. Mr. Attorney, we'll go from there.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And I first of all want to apologize to the residents of Southwood. I apologize because this should have been taken care of long before now. I raised 2 daughters in a neighborhood, and had this been the condition of the road where we lived, pardon my French, I would have been pissed. And you should be.
That's not French.
That's not French.
I thought you were about to do something.
And we owe that to you. This legal wrangling, it has to end. And now with this motion, it will end tomorrow, at least to the degree that the residents are concerned. But I think that this should be done as expeditiously as possible. And again, I personally want to apologize to you all for you having to take out of your time to come to several commission meetings and make telephone calls and send emails to get something done that should have been done months ago. And we're going to make sure that that happens. And again, I'm just sorry that you've had to go through this. Your children, your families have had to go through this, and we'll make sure it gets taken care of.
Motion on the table is a 2-part motion to begin emergency repairs immediately and begin the eminent domain process, seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. Commissioner Matlow, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess nothing in the motion says anything about sanctions or regards to why we're here today and actually the final completion of the road. Initiating eminent domain today doesn't obligate St. Joe to come build the road right away. We need to handle the business at hand that we have today. Frankly, I think threatening a landowner to take an entire property, it seems punitive, hot-headed, and wrong, when the only thing we're here to discuss today is the roadway. Threatening a private property owner to make his entire property a park to try to gain compliance from the mayor's gavel is wholly inappropriate, in my opinion. How we got here today, I understand the pickle that we're in, but I also look at it's not our fault. It's not Southwood's fault. St. Joe had the obligation to build a roadway. We weren't part of the land sale, the land transfer. I don't know how that was missed. We can all speculate on why or how that was missed and why that land was transferred to Next Gen. I just want to see the road complete. It doesn't bring anybody joy to go down a process of creating sanctions, but I do think what we're talking about here today is taking us a step in the wrong direction. And I'm not opposed to doing eminent domain action for the roadway, but we do need to have a discussion with St. Joe. Mr. Attorney, what is our legal ability to recoup the expenses of eminent domain from St. Joe if we move forward?
So, Commissioner, the question is, can the city recover the cost of an eminent domain or a taking against St. Joe? I don't have a basis for the city to recover that right now. And while we're on eminent domain, generally for eminent domain, there's a designation of the public purpose. There's going to be an offer of the fair market value for the property. It's going to have to be outstanding for at least 30 days before the city could even file suit. Yeah. And then those things are typically before you, when you authorize an eminent domain action. But as far as the ability to recover, I don't have anything right now that says that the city could recover that cost just against St. Joe outside of some agreement that doesn't currently exist.
Okay. And do you have a ballpark of how much it would cost the city to proceed with eminent domain action as well as an offer or acquisition on this property?
So if we're talking about the cost, there has to be an offer of the fair market value to purchase the property. I don't know what that cost is. As far as just the filing fee, it's the court filing fee and the attorney time.
Okay. And is the intent of the motion to have St. Joe pay for the park as well, or just the roadway part of the eminent domain? Mr. Mayor.
I couldn't hear you.
Is your intention to have St. Joe recoup us for the park part of the eminent domain as well, or just the roadway portion?
So my goal is to pave the road in an emergency situation immediately. My goal is to move forward with the permanent paving of the road. You're not going to solve the legal issues in the next 2 months. So that is for the next commission and the next mayor to figure out. I don't think the citizens of Southwood care if St. Joe pays. Now, I know there's some of y'all that want to stick it to the man. I get that. But at the end of the day, first and foremost, we need to get the road taken care of and let the legal process unwind who's going to pay for it in the end of the day. That's my goal, is to get the road taken care of. They'll have 30 days through the eminent domain process. And by the way, Commissioner Matlow, the way how the process works, we will hire or we'll have our in-house appraisers go out, give fair market value, just like the real estate. They'll have their appraisal that'll come out in fair market value, and then we'll negotiate to the price. And then we move forward from there with the eminent domain process. Same process we've done for all the eminent domains that we can. Their attorney will be in touch with our attorney and we'll move forward. Is there an argument for public purpose? I would argue absolutely. We've heard time and time again about the condition of the road and the safety hazards that are put in place. Why not move forward tonight with the emergency paving of the road through our Public Works Department, and then at the same time move forward with the eminent domain process? I fully support it. The legal aspects will figure itself out later. Yes, there are parts of the St. Joe argument that I wholeheartedly agree upon with their land use attorney. And there are parts of the neighborhood association that are 100% correct too. I'm not an attorney. I'm not going to solve this in a court of law, and I don't think pointing fingers and going deeper down the legal rabbit hole tonight is going to get us any closer, when what we need to do is emergency repairs, begin the eminent domain process so that we can get the road paved. The next commission can figure out who's going to pay what, but it'll be included in this budget. Commissioner Matlow, I was on your time with point, so please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And respectfully, the next commission will not figure it out. What you're proposing is to initiate a process that's going to cost taxpayer dollars to spend hundreds of thousands, if not over $1 million, to acquire land and go through illegal proceedings for something that St. Joe is obligated to do right now. The taxpayers have no obligation to go build this road. I'm willing to work with St. Joe to see how we can do what is needed to bring that road into compliance at St. Joe's expense. It is their roadway. But I'd also have questions. I'm sorry, I don't know your name from Next Gen. Can I ask you a question? Do you mind at the microphone? Are you represented by legal counsel in this whole matter?
Not for this, but for the case that has been filed, we have a legal counsel.
Okay. And do you understand what's at stake today and this, the sanctions that are being contemplated today to halt complete development on those parcels until this roadway is completed?
Yeah, that's why I'm here, to cooperate. Every time I came here, I said we are cooperating. But I think, as I said even in the last meeting, we were not given any option, but I'm telling you this, you have to obey this. There is no other way. Either it's my way or no way.
Okay. Do you understand the request to have the right-of-way for the road transferred so St. Joe can complete the road?
I know that, yes.
Okay. And are y'all willing to do that transfer?
We are willing to do all of them, like Biltmore and Orange Avenue, both.
Okay. And there's no objections to working out a deal to transfer this road to St. Joe?
We don't have any objection. When they are okay, we actually offered to city to give this access, to Orange Avenue and Biltmore, both to city.
Okay. Mr. Hunter, can I ask you?
Thank you.
What's missing in the translation between them saying that they're willing to give the right of way and where y'all have been in the negotiation process?
Commissioner Matlow, Mayor, I can address this question.
Please.
Commissioner Matlow, nothing's missing in what you heard him saying. The city staff, your senior staff, and we and he, on behalf of NextGen, have been part of conversations ongoing on this very issue since March. Mm-hmm. We are prepared to build the road today.
Great.
We didn't hire engineers to go design that roadway so that we couldn't build it. The issue is we don't own the right-of-way. The city of Tallahassee does not own the right-of-way. We're litigating over that issue with them because we think we should. That was a mistake. By the way, Gary Hunter didn't make that mistake. I don't know who did, but some law firm outside of Tallahassee presumably represented St. Joe in that process, and it was a mistake. But at the bottom line is we are prepared to build Orange Avenue and understand the concerns the citizens have regarding Orange Avenue. But we can't go build it without the right to access the property and build the road. It's that simple.
So on point, this is the exact same thing that I've heard from both parties way back in March. And I was the one that has been voting against the process moving forward, saying there's not enough time, not enough time. Sir, since March, I've heard, yeah, we'll let them build. Yeah, we'll build. Now, here we are in August, and I guess what Commissioner Matlow, and I agree, is trying to figure out is everybody stands here and says we're ready to go, and then it doesn't happen. And
Mayor, I hear you, but we can't take the road. Go ahead and do exactly what I'm 100% in support of your motion, and we will go build the road as soon as the city of Tallahassee has ownership of that parcel. Y'all don't have to worry about, I mean, maybe the emergency repairs tomorrow, go do those. I understand the need to do those. We will build the road. We cannot build the road until we have the right to access that property. That simple. So I said that in March, and I'm saying that in the end of August.
All right.
It's no different.
Mayor Pro Tem, on point, and then we need to come back, Commissioner Matlow, it's his time.
Gary, just a question. So we're talking now about the city bearing the expense of making the repairs. Is St. Joe prepared to reimburse the city for those expenses?
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioner. I have not asked St. Joe that. I'm sure, yes. The repairs on the existing roadway that's there today that has potholes. I think the city, by the way, over the years, and I mean that pavement has been there for years. It now runs through NextGen's property. I believe y'all have a legal right of access on that one-lane road.
Absolutely.
And y'all have repaired it over time. I mean, it's now in I haven't been out there in recent time period, but I do understand it needs repairs. And I'll ask St. Joe that question. I would assume yes, but I don't know that just because I haven't had that conversation.
All right, Commissioner.
I would agree with Commissioner Matlow. The tax-paying citizens of
need to be reimbursed.
Should not bear those expenses. They should reasonably expect to be reimbursed for those expenses. So if you could get us an answer to that as quickly as possible, that would be appreciated.
Back on Commissioner Matlow's time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Commissioner Richardson. So this is what I propose, and I don't understand the disconnect. I assume that there's been some agreements offered and they've been rejected. The gentleman here doesn't have counsel today, so I'm not completely sure. I do think moving forward with eminent domain action doesn't preclude us from figuring that out in advance of getting there, if there's more understanding moving forward. I can't agree with trying to take an entire piece of property that has nothing to do with the roadway. That's just nonsensical to me on the conversation that we're having today. So, and I do think we're here today, and this item still remains in substantial noncompliance, and there's still a violation, and we want to see the road built. That's the #1 issue today. So I will make a substitute motion that we do move forward with the finding and the resolution, adding the 2 parcels that were discussed earlier, make the emergency road repairs as Mayor Daley has suggested, give the city direction to begin the eminent domain process on the right-of-way for the roadway only, and then reach out to the property owners to see if they can find resolution in advance of that. I'd also like St. Joe, if we do move forward with eminent domain proceedings, to discuss how they can bear the cost of that acquisition, because that is no fault of the city that we move forward with that. And that's my motion.
All right, is there a second to that motion? Dies for lack of second.
I have a question.
Dies for lack of second. Question. Go ahead.
Well, I'll second the motion.
Okay, there is a second to the motion.
For the
Now we entertain questions on the motion.
what, if that motion passes, what are the consequent steps?
So as I understand Commissioner Matlow's motion, the difference between the original motion on the table and the substitute motion on the table is, number one, the size and scope of the eminent domain, correct? You're talking about just the roadway versus the property. And you are providing a finding of fault, as according to the quasi-judicial hearing tonight, whereas the original motion is not finding a fault, is dealing with the emergency repairs, moving forward with the paving of the road through eminent domain. Am I correct, Commissioner Matlow?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so thank you. Mr. Deputy City Attorney, what would be the next steps if this motion were to pass?
So Commissioner, if I understand, again, the motion, if it is to recommend adoption of the resolution, it would resolve the proceedings tonight. You would find the violations both as to Orange Avenue and as to Biltmore. It would be to the, you would identify the property that's in the attachment to your agenda item as being in violation. And if you issue that resolution, it will suspend permitting as to those properties until the property is brought into compliance. As to the emergency repairs, if I understand it, and I take it that there will be confirmation that before city trucks go out there and do any work, that they have the proper authority from NextGen to go out there and perform the repairs. But that would be an issue of management or UUPI to go out and perform the repair.
No, on point. That road should have been conveyed, and that should be an easy question that management can answer. Is that a city road, that part that's already been paved that needs to report repairs or not?
No, it is
If
not.
it isn't, then yes, we do need all the more reason for NextGen to step up to the table and play ball and allow us to go out and do emergency repairs and be able to move forward with the whole process. Sir, everything falls in your lap right now.
So
that's where we are.
Mr. Mayor, staff have confirmed. I mean, that has not been dedicated to the city. It shows up on the roadway maintenance maps as a private road. So we would need authorization from the landowner to go out there and do that work. So if I understand it, if the repairs go forward, just staff would make sure that they have the authorization to go out and do the work. And then as to the eminent domain, again, the process would be that there's got to be an offer for the fair market value of the property that's got to be out there for 30 days before there's a court proceeding filed.
So now we're in a little bit of another legal quandary, because with public safety being first and foremost on the minds and a responsibility of the city government, now that it has been acknowledged in a quasi-judicial setting that there are emergency repairs that need to be made, safety issues at hand in the road, and we're saying that we can't fix it, is NextGen going to fix it? Where do we go from here? I think also one thing to keep in mind is that if we move forward with the substitute motion, everything's going to get locked down again in the courts. That's why my original motion did not assign fault. It was trying to move forward with the emergency repairs, trying to move forward with the eminent domain. And Commissioner Matlow, you are correct. The eminent domain process provides a 30-day window up front. And by taking on the original motion, which if you do not agree, I highly encourage you to vote against. It's okay. But it adds a little bit of motivation to the property owners to sit down and play ball with us. Who's going to pay for it all? We can figure that out. Absolutely. But immediately, the goal is to get the road done and to be able to move forward on behalf of the neighborhood. Commissioner Porter, I believe you still have the floor. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Mr. Deputy City Attorney, this question about the emergency repairs and reimbursement, other than just what's been communicated, there's no legal basis for us to recover the costs unless we enter into a separate legal arrangement.
So, Commissioner, I do not have either a development document or a contract to recover the cost of these repairs, other than at least the discussion tonight about potentially St. Joe bearing the cost.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I'm ready to start taking votes on substitute motions and see if we can move the ball any which way. I got Commissioner Williams-Cox and Commissioner Matlow.
Well, if the people in the audience or whoever's watching is confused, you're not alone.
Sure.
I am thoroughly confused. I don't understand the difference between the motion you made and the motion Commissioner Matlow made. But I do understand this, and this is my motivation. We need the road fixed. Post haste.
Yep.
If I need to go out there with some asphalt myself, we need to fix that road.
Yep.
Because it is, I can see it, I drove it. I don't know who needs to do it, but somebody needs to step up and fix the road.
Yep.
And if the city, although I understand now that it is not a city road, it has not been conveyed to the city, so the city can't go without permission, but even if we did, somebody have to recoup the taxpayer dollars used to make that happen. So it's a circus, it's a circular firing squad. So I need some clarification between the motion that's on the table now and the motion you made.
Sure.
So I know what I'm voting for.
Sure. So Commissioner Matlow helped me out here, but the substitute motion on the table, number one, does speak to emergency repairs. Number two, does speak to eminent domain. The difference between the two is that his motion speaks specifically to the road. My motion speaks to the entire parcel. And then number three, my motion, the original motion, does not assign, what's the legal term we're using?
So it would be, if I understand, the substitute motion would find the violations
Correct.
and adopt the resolution that's attached to the agenda item.
That's right. So it is in line with the quasi-judicial process. My concern is that for us finding fault, and the reason why I did not include it in the original motion, and everybody's got to make a decision which direction you want to go, is that by finding fault, we just take it one more step deeper in the legal process and everything shuts down until the courts figure it out. It's the difference of trying to move forward now versus another layer of legal action and everything just comes to a grinding halt for months or years or whatnot. So look, if you want to find fault as to the nature of the hearing tonight, which is not a motion out of line at all, okay? That is Commissioner Matlow's motion. My motion is try to expedite to get the road done, which I think is the common goal, and that's the original motion. Commissioner Matlow, did I misspeak at all?
No, I don't think you misspoke, but I do think it needs bear. The point of the sanctions are to compel compliance, both from St. Joe and NextGen. So by giving the sanctions, I mean, you're putting the entire burden on the city to go do eminent domain and build the road, and hopefully St. Joe pays for it. The sanctions in place in the development order are to compel compliance. Putting these sanctions on both St. Joe and NextGen, this property can't be developed. You can't submit anything for development until this roadway is built to NextGen. Whether St. Joe builds the road and it's cooperative and you're able to figure that out or not, that's not up to us, but the property would not be able to develop. So I think it's in everybody's best interest, the neighborhood, the city, St. Joe, and NextGen to figure out how to get this road built. I think by not having sanctions in place as contemplated, we're taking away the enforcement mechanism to get there, and we're asking the taxpayers to bear the entire brunt. But I'm willing to go down the path with you to do the eminent domain action on the roadway because I think it is of great public purpose. I'm not there on the entire parcel in a public park. I don't want to, a judge have to rule of why are we taking the whole property because the mayor was mad. That's not a public purpose. There's no public purpose for the rest of this parcel.
If you want to withdraw your substitute motion, I will meet you halfway. I will meet you with the eminent domain specifically on the road as you are requesting, and we will move forward with emergency repairs. We will move forward with eminent domain. The property owners have 30 days to come to the table with an agreement with St. Joe. But my motion does not include the punitive damages as outlined in the quasi-judicial hearing. And if that's a sticking point, vote against it or stick with the original substitute motion and we go from there. All right. Yes, ma'am.
Question still. I hear what you're saying. One is more expedient than the other because one is going to get us bogged down in court wranglings and the road will never get built.
Right.
But even if we go the other way, somebody's going to have to relinquish control to get this emergency repair done. Where and how does that fit in?
I fully expect that our Public Works Department and our attorney will be on the doorstep of NextGen first thing tomorrow morning saying, are you going to give us the opportunity to come out and fix your road? And if not, then that's a whole nother issue that we have to deal. But we're no different than where we are right now. we might as well try to fix the road.
Because what concerns me is that he said that they don't have legal counsel.
Well,
And so if that's the case, then how are we going to get this done legally if the other side doesn't have legal counsel?
what I heard on the record tonight is he does not have legal counsel here on this particular issue,
that's right.
but there is legal counsel representing them on other issues. Maybe I misinterpreted what was said, but it does sound like that somewhere involved there is legal counsel on behalf of NextGen.
Mr. Mayor, so NextGen has been represented by lawyers, and I mean, somebody could sign documents on behalf of them.
There we go.
There were negotiations between staff, and including real estate, concerning conveyance to the city. NextGen is represented by a law firm in their lawsuit with St. Joe as well.
And, you know, if NextGen is not interested in allowing emergency repairs to take place on their road, all the more reason to move forward with eminent domain, in my opinion, so that we can get the road taken care of. That just shows one more level of defiance that we're not going to move or do anything on behalf of the neighborhood. And so we have to take some type of action. But I'm here to tell you, we heard point blank that if we move forward with the punitive damages, we're going back to court. It's going to be mirrored down. I don't like it, but it's going back to court. So how long are we willing to litigate all this and have no action on the roads out there versus be able to move forward and do something and allow the legal aspects of it to be settled later? That's where I am.
Mr. Mayor, I think it's important that the citizens who have spent their time here tonight and previous meetings leave with the understanding that that road is going to be repaired. Now, all this other legal wrangling we take care of, but they should be able to leave here tonight with the understanding that that road is going to be taken care of immediately.
All right, y'all, I've been on the short end of this 4-1 since the beginning. I've been the one saying this isn't the right way to go, and we've gone that way. I've been the one that's been dragging my feet, and now I'm the one that's saying, no, we now need to move forward, and we got to take some action.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. Commissioner Porter, you've been patiently waiting.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One big thing I think that we're missing, though, is even if repairs are made, that doesn't build the road that was supposed to be built or the other road that was supposed to be built. So this, I don't see St. Joe just, if it hasn't been built by now, just, I mean, who's going to pay for that road? Are the taxpayers supposed to pay for that road when it was the responsibility of the developer? So I understand wanting to take the most expedient action.
Right.
But that's just kicking the can down the road. And the substitute motion includes making the emergency repairs, but you know, neither one of these options is going to result in the road being built, except, in my opinion, the one that actually takes punitive action. So I want to make sure we don't get that piece lost in this conversation. This is not just about repairing a road. This is about building two major roads.
Absolutely. Mr. Hunter, will you join us at the podium? Did I hear you correctly say that you have hired engineers and you have designed the road?
You did, Mayor.
And that you are fully prepared to build the road?
Correct, Mayor.
And so if the city of Tallahassee has the rights and owns the right-of-way to build the road, are you fully prepared on behalf of your client on the record right now to build the road?
100%.
I'm ready to move forward. I'm ready to move forward with the emergency repairs. I'm ready to move forward with eminent domain. I'm ready to move forward with the building of the roads. Commissioner Porter, back on.
Thank you. Just one clarifying question for you, Mr. Hunter. I thought I heard you earlier say that you will build a road, you will not build a road until there is a court order mandating you to do so. Did I hear you incorrectly, or did I misunderstand?
Can I respond? I said if we end up in litigation, that's 100% what will happen. 100%. That's not a threat. That's what's going to happen. Because my client's legal position is we don't have to build the road today. And however, they're prepared to go build it. I mean, I don't know how many times I can say this. We would have started the road back in March if we had the ability to go build the road back in March. Actually, we couldn't have started in March because the design wasn't done then. The design, and Moore Bass is here, and they can speak to it probably better than I can because I'm not an engineer, but they've, in essence, designed the road, subject to, of course, the city agreeing with that design. They are ready to build the road. But they can't until either the city owns the right-of-way or St. Joe owns the right-of-way.
Yeah.
If we own it, we're going to give it to the city as soon as the road's built.
All right, so we have a substitute motion on the table. Commissioner Matlow, any thought to withdrawing the substitute motion, or would you like for us to vote on your motion first?
Yeah, I mean, just
Okay.
the final thought is, this is more expedient to have the sanctions and eminent domain operating in tandem. That puts the most pressure on both property owners to bring this into compliance. The substitute motion does not have any guarantees of compliance at all. It just initiates eminent domain, which, by the way, is tying this up in courts. Eminent domain is court action. It's the same as what Mr. Hunter is saying. They will proceed if we move forward with the sanctions. It can be a long, drawn-out court process to get through that eminent domain proceedings, particularly if next gen wages in objection. So what I'm suggesting, move forward with the sanctions in eminent domain. It's in St. Joe's court if they want to then file suit and not fulfill their obligations to build the roadway. But at the end of the day, they are in noncompliance of this development order, and it is our job today to review that and make the judgment on it. So I stick with my motion.
Excellent. Okay, so we're going to take a vote first and foremost on Commissioner Matlow's substitute motion. If his motion fails, I do hear loud and clear the will of this board to amend the eminent domain provision in the regular motion strictly for the road and not the entire parcel. I will be more than happy to amend my original motion if the maker is willing to do so as well. So the eminent domain portion is simply for the right-of-way to build the road and not for the entire. So we're going to vote on Commissioner Matlow's motion first that does include punitive direction. And if it fails, then we will take up the original motion.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
For the eminent domain, we need a resolution. So if the motion just could include, it would be embodied in the form of a resolution that can be prepared after this meeting, so it's just proper so they can move forward with the eminent domain. And that will be for either one, either motion.
Commissioner Matlow, are you comfortable with the recommendation of the attorney that he just gave?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all those in favor of the substitute motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Aye. And it fails 3-2 with the mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Commissioner Williams-Cox in dissent. We are on the original motion. I am amending the original motion to limit the scope of eminent domain to the right-of-way to build the roads moving forward, and including the language as suggested by the city attorney in regards to the resolution that needs to be attached. Okay, all those in favor of the original motion made by the mayor, seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, and it passes unanimously 5-0. Thank you very much. We are on item number 16.02. Colleagues, do you need a 5-minute break, or we just keep moving forward?
Keep going.
Okay. 16.02, those of you that came out for 16.01, thank you for being here. 16.02, Mr. Reddick. John, you're teed up, you're ready to go. Mr. Manager, do you want to introduce, or do you want to have Mr. Reddick just introduce 1602? Oh, Madam Attorney, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item number 16.02 is the first of two public hearings on a development agreement with D.R. Horton for portions of property within Southwood. The second public hearing is scheduled for September 9, 2026. The recommended action is option 1, hold the first public hearing on the development agreement and schedule the second and final public hearing for September 9, 2026. I believe John Reddick, the Director of Growth Management, is here to either present or answer questions on this item.
Excellent. Do we have any public comment on this item?
Mayor, we have Erin Tilton here. I'm assuming she's here to answer questions.
Okay. Any other public comment on this item? Colleagues,
Move
direction.
Staff recommendation, option number 1.
Properly moved by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Williams-Cox. Any further comment? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, passes unanimously 5-0. 16.03, Madam Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item number 16.03 is the first and only public hearing on resolution number 26-R-23, a resolution abandoning a portion of the right-of-way known as Old Paul Russell Road, located west of Paul Russell Road, just north of Orange Avenue, in the city of Tallahassee, Leon County, Florida. The recommended action is option 1, approve resolution number 26R-23, abandoning the right-of-way known as Old Paul Russell Road.
All right, do we have any public comment on this item?
Mayor, I have two names. The first is Jeremy Bedzo. Okay.
Thank you.
And the second is Lindsay Finstermaker, I assume, to answer questions.
Okay, excellent.
Move staff recommendation, option number 1.
Properly moved by the Mayor Pro Tem. Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Williams-Cox has seconded it. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, passes unanimously, 5-0. Last but not least, 16.04, Madam Attorney.
Thank you. Item number 16.04 is the first and only public hearing on resolution number 26R-22, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Tallahassee adopting the 2026 Affordable Housing Inventory List. The recommended action is option 1, conduct the first and only public hearing and adopt resolution number 26R-22, approving the inventory list of all real property within city jurisdiction to which the city holds fee simple title that is appropriate for use as affordable housing.
Excellent. Do we have any public comment on this item?
No, sir.
So move.
Properly moved by Commissioner Williams-Cox, seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion on the table signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, passes unanimously, 5-0. Anything else to come before us at this public hearing?
No, sir.
We stand adjourned.